Hey, welcome. Thank you so much for joining. If you're watching on the replay, then hey. If you're watching live, then welcome. Yeah, I just wanted to basically chill, paint. If you've seen my live streams before, then you probably know what to expect. I'm going to be doing some loose florals while we chat together. If you are also going to paint, then by all means, let me know in the comments. I just like to be live. And I also like painting along with you guys. I like us painting together and the community that we're building. So yeah, I thought that rather than just painting by myself, it would be nice for us to paint together and to chat all things art, new art supplies that are coming out, art goals, just the whole thing. Hey, Miss Ebony, welcome. Hey, Lulubelle. What time is it in Michigan? I have some music as well. Now, as well as that, I just want to like play around with some different things. So yes, I'm going to be doing florals and I'm using the same palette, my original palette. But Paint in Hiding, who is a fellow YouTuber, was kind enough to send me some new brushes. So I have started creating a video on it. It's almost done, but I thought that this would be a great opportunity to just get some more practice in before I like complete the whole video. It's a lot of fun. I am far from perfect when it comes to messing around with these brushes, but I think that that's part of the fun. I also want to try incorporating some gold, using the Etcher like golden palette or any other palettes that I have, gold pens. I have gold on the brain. Hey, able to colorist. Oh, 3 p.m. That's not bad at all. Hey, it is a dagger indeed. Let me show you guys a bit closer. Welcome, guys. I also made space on my palette, but like I hate cleaning up my palette because it feels like a waste. And this is ocean blue, and I just couldn't bring myself to wipe it off. But the rest, I was like, okay, I'll try and mix like cleaner colors. But this first one is a rose. So all of them are rosemary and co, and there's some others that I will reserve for the video so that I don't give you all the spoilers straight away, as I usually do. So this first one is the cat's tongue in size 10. That's quite large. Then we have the dagger brush, 3/8 inch. It didn't make it easy to say. Series 311. And then, last but not least, we have this, the sword brush, the 1/4 inch. And basically, yeah, so Paint in Hiding, and I'll link the channel down below as well, and you may know her. But essentially, she reached out and she was like, "Hey, do you want some brushes?" I was like, "Yes, sure." And she let me pick them out, and I already like I pretty much almost exclusively have been using round brushes for the most part and like a mop brush. Um, but then Miss Ebony had kind of asked, how do you use other brushes? And that got me thinking that I should experiment with different brushes. And thus I just picked the three random-esque shapes that I hadn't really used before to see how it works. Now, the video that I have started doing that is pretty much almost done shows, I guess, more of my first impressions in terms of using it because it's almost like it felt like I was painting left-handed. I didn't fully appreciate just what a big impact paintbrushes can have. Um, but yeah, let's start. The one that I found, which one would you like me to start with first? They're pretty. Is that the brush I bought on my bad day? No, this came like a while back actually. This came probably around Christmas time, but I just had so much to like do that um that I didn't really have like time to dedicate like to create a proper video, if that makes sense. Like I wanted to use them, but then I also felt like I should unbox it and record it and do like a proper video beforehand. So I didn't use them until I did that. And now that I've done that, I kind of feel like this can complement that video. Um, I bought I bought pencils on my birthday and, and stuff. I bought a lot of stuff. Yes, use a sword brush. That's what I was hoping. So I'll start off with a sword brush, and then you guys can kind of see, you can kind of see actually, let me tell a lie. I'll start off with, like, uh, the Raven brush, which is like the mop brush, do the background, and then we can start adding the extra details with that brush. Uh, I wanted to kind of try lighter purples. We'll see. So I'll start off by doing both backgrounds maybe, and then as one dries, I will do the other one. Just think it might be easier to do 2 paintings at once. Look, you can tell I didn't clean my thing from last time. That's okay. Um, what am I going to paint? I'm just going to do some loose florals. Um, I feel like I should be clear. So most of the time, I find if I'm doing like landscapes and stuff, then it's just like painting for fun. If like this week, past 2 weeks have been um not necessarily like stressful the entire time, but basically when I need to de-stress, I do loose florals. Um, I was also going to use this as an opportunity to tell you guys about what had been going on with my PayPal, which was absolutely ridiculous. This is a very interesting color palette. I'm curious to see how this will turn out. Uh, just lifting. Uh, use all brushes but round brushes. I think even when I was doing like a little bit of acrylic, bearing in mind I didn't do much, um, round brushes have always been my go-to, and I'm curious to know what kind of brushes you guys use. And I think the reason that they are my go-to is just because it gives me a lot more control. So as much as I say like, yes, I'm doing these florals, and I am, with a round brush, even with like a quill or a mop brush, you have like a fine tip. So I find I have a lot more control over like where my brush strokes are going, the shapes that I'm creating. Whereas with these brushes, some of them, it's a bit of a myth. Like that's not the color I want. Mixed up by accident. But yeah, it's like next to no control. So it was very different experience. Certainly fun. Um, and I will show you. But as I do the background, because I can't read and do it at the same time, I'll tell you. So basically, as you guys probably know, I have a Ko-fi. On there, some awesome people have dropped me, not only on Discord, not only supporting the channel, but also like art challenges and just like chatting and having a good time. And I'm all here for it. And I was absolutely loving it. And then on a fateful day on the 20th of December, um, I get an email from PayPal basically saying like, "We need you to confirm your ID," or something like that. Um, and I was like, "Okay, a bit weird, but fine." And I remember like I started getting flashbacks to like maybe a few years ago, Minnie Small created a video about her experience with PayPal, and obviously I wasn't creating art or anything at the time. But it was quite a distinct video, like, I remember it because she was obviously so upset, and she was saying how they took, I wonder, she was basically saying how they took her money and how they blocked her account without reason, and how it'd been months and she couldn't get through to anyone, and the whole experience sounded so terrible. So anyway, I've always had that in the back of my mind, and I was always kind of really paranoid about PayPal, but there's not that many other ways to, like, securely, um do transactions and things online, so it's just had to be a pill I swallowed. Anyway, I go on there, and then because I remembered this video from Minnie, I like emptied the account just in case because it has like all, I use it for online shopping and stuff. and then I sent them my ID, and as soon as I sent them my ID, they my account and permanently blocked it. And they didn't say anything. It just like closed, everything went red. Um, and basically, when I managed to get through to customer service, they essentially said that I created the account when I was under 18. And thus, I'm just going to do another background as they dry. And thus, um, the account is no longer valid. So let me pause and then catch up with you guys. So yes, going to paint loose floral. That's a very good idea. Um, I'm curious to know how anyone uses these brushes, to be perfectly honest, because it did feel very different. uh, they are removable. I am addicted to removable. You're very correct, Anina. What the heck is a sword brush? This right here is a sword brush. So it almost looks like a stretched dagger, like a thin stretched dagger. And sorry, these were like all this color initially, but obviously as I've been painting, they've like become stained. I didn't mind it, but it's just so that you guys know that's why. So I think I was using like the turquoise colors, and they are obviously very heavily staining, so all the brushes are now stained. Uh, mm, I need to throw much more too. Yeah, no, they are fantastic paints. So I'll just do another quick background, and by the time that's done, this should be done. So anyway, back to the story time. They blocked my account. They said it was permanently going to be blocked. There was nothing I could do about it, and that the reason that it was blocked is because I created it when I was under 18, which was over 10 years ago. And they just found out because I sent my ID, which they needed because they're doing checks. Anyway, long story short, I then created a new account, a new PayPal account. And because of this like new transition or whatever, Kofi were like, oh, because you've now got a new PayPal account, all your Kofi members have to rejoin. And I was devastated. I was like, "Oh my gosh, no one is going to join me. This is terrible. Like Kofi is over." And I genuinely wanted to, not wanted to, but at that point I was genuinely like, "Okay, fine. I'm just going to give out a note and say that I'm not doing this anymore," because I don't know, it, it just felt like I'd put in so much work and I was going to be starting from scratch. I blew it completely out of proportion. Um, or I no, and rather, I just have incredible Kofi members who are like, "Yeah, no, that's no big deal," and like cancelled and like fixed it. But I genuinely thought it would be the end of Kofi as I knew it. Um, so they joined, and then PayPal blocked my account again. So first they held the money and they said that, it's a new account, so they're going to hold the money, fine. And then they blocked the account because they said that the details on that account were very similar to an account that had already been blocked. So it's permanently blocked and I can never open a PayPal. So at this point I was really like, there's actually no point even like trying. I was very motivated, is that the term? I don't know. Unhappy. And then um I called and I spoke to like this most lovely person. It was like, "Oh, okay, I completely understand what's going on." And she was like, "Yeah, it says like," because it also said I can't appeal it, like that's that, no more PayPal, um, which seems crazy. She was like, "Yeah, it's because you created a new account. Sorry, we told you to create a new account. You shouldn't have, blah blah." Anyway, after like a further few weeks, uh, she managed to get it reverted. So now have PayPal again, which is which is good. And in the meantime, like, uh, people who've seen the messages, like, obviously some people have left, but, the majority of people have, like, continued and, like, joined and were, like, super supportive and encouraging and were like, "Yeah, no, it's completely fine." In my head, I genuinely thought, like, "No, people will think this is completely unacceptable," and, leave. And then also, I don't know, it just felt like such a massive inconvenience for people, especially because I can only see my end, so I don't know what exactly people have to do on their end, but I wanted to deliver something seamless, you know? Um, but anyway, now, hopefully, everything will be, like, smooth sailing. The account, it's still, like, locked in terms of, like, I still can't receive money from it, but at least it's unlocked, so once they complete their checks, everything should be fine. As a result, I also changed my Ko-fi slightly so that if people want to join with card rather than PayPal, they can, just to minimize the continuation of this ridiculous nightmare. Um, but yeah, I really like this one. The reason that I don't wanna use the hairdryer is just because I want it to, like, granulate, and also I thought I could tell you. Yeah, thank you, Lindsay. I felt so like my mum was like, It's completely fine," but for me, I was like, "Nah, that's it, it's over." Hey, Nanalie, welcome. Yeah, I was convinced it was over, but thankfully, it's still very strong. And I think hold on, I'm just going to do the blowing, yeah? So, let's start with the sword brush. So as I mentioned, it's this shape here. Can you see it? It's like a really stretched out dagger. If I put it across there, then you can see it better. What's that greenish blue paint? The one I'm pointing at? Hey, Joanna. What do you mean, greenish blue? This one? I can't If you're talking about this one, it is Ocean Blue by Remishmel. Let me get this one. Hey, Gyurko, welcome. I'll leave the swatch card here so you can see. Mm. What are your go-to brushes? Have you, like, experimented with different shapes? I'm going to start off with ultramarine. So I'm gonna start off using just the tip so that I have some semblance of control. But where it gets wild is normally when I then try to do foliage. Adding a bit more water. Hey, Victoria, welcome. I almost want to try using these, brushes for, like, urban sketching, if that makes sense, because I feel like they have such straight lines, or they can create such straight lines. and interesting shapes that perhaps it would lend itself well to that as well. Just picking up some transparent turquoise to add a little bit of a variation. No worries. I'm glad I answered your question. Uh, Let's take some pink, which is permanent alizarin crimson. Has anyone set any art goals this year? I've been playing around with like the idea or trying to like reflect on what goals I should set. And as a means to help myself, I looked at the goals I set last year, only to see that most of them like I'd either forgotten about or hadn't done, which has kind of made me wonder if I should do any this year. I know there are things that I want to do quite, and they're quite similar to the things that I mentioned in last year's video. Part of me is like, I should set them so that I have a clear intention of what I want to do and I can be a bit more purposeful and mindful about it. And the other part of me is like, maybe goals are overrated and I should just, can you see what's going on with the shape? The thing that kind of made me realize, hold on, I obviously seem to want a lot or try and get a lot of control when I'm painting is that I ended up getting so close in an attempt to get some level of control with this brush that my fingers were actually on the bristles, and I was like, "Why am I holding the brush in such a weird way?" And it was genuinely just so that I could, um, have better, like, control. And so the kind of goals that maybe I'm playing around with is I know that I want to, like, experiment more in my art in terms of, like, I want to actually, I think, create more, like, play around more, have more fun. Um, Before my YouTube channel, I was actually doing, like, the 100-day challenge, and I was painting, drawing, doing, um, all different kinds of art. So part of me is thinking that it might be fun to kind of get back to that. Um, and then one of my goals last year was to do, um, like, art courses. I don't know if I said 10. I said, like, quite a high number of courses, whether it be Skillshare or YouTube, like, actually follow tutorials because I just don't intend to. And I think that there's a lot that can be learnt by watching other people and trying things that other people have done or are doing, not just watching it, but actually trying it. And I think in that time, whoops, I fell, I slipped. In that time, I didn't do any. It's only this year actually that I did the domestic course. So I bought them in 2022, during the sales, and I think that kind of won me over because I was like, "Wow." Like, I couldn't believe I painted it. It feels, like, so different. Oh, can you not hear me? Let me know what's going on. What if I turn down the music? Is that any better? Let me know. Have I used the sword brush before? So I used it on last week. I s I because this was a gift from Paint in Hiding, who also has a YouTube channel. She was very sweet. She reached out and she was like, "Hey, do you want to try some different brushes?" And I was like, "Yes." And she just asked me to pick which ones I wanted and sent them over. So I wanted to create a you can hear me fine. I wanted to create a video about it and like actually unbox it. So I waited for ages until I was able to actually dedicate time to creating a video before using it. And um that was last week. So although I haven't released the video yet or edited it, I've at least like unboxed it and started using it. So I'm still very new and rusty when it comes to these brushes. But playing with them had me, when you like start messing around in doing something, and you just want to like keep trying. Like it got me the sound slash light is off. Mm, that is bizarre. So field art, does that mean you can't hear me at all? If you guys don't mind just letting me know. Mm, oh, hey, if you can hear me, I am still here. I just trying to fix. Can you hear me now? I I am still here. I'm just trying to fix. Okay, so the sound is clear. You can see me. We're winning. Yeah, sorry about that. Um, sorry. Yeah, so the thumbnail is it's honestly because I love that picture. I haven't used them in a long while. Um, I just like to go through perfect. Thank you for letting me know. Sorry about I just tend to go like through phases where I want to like paint with one thing over and over again. So you'll probably remember like when I was doing lots of landscape florals, washed landscapes, and like now I'm really feeling watercolor. So as I come back to watercolor, I suspect I will start using them again. I'm just trying to see why that will be. Because I should not. I don't know why. Okay, I'm going to try and fix the feedback. Let me know if it's still there or if it goes away because I think the only other option I have in terms of fixing sound is still weird. Hmm. Okay, is that any better? Hey, Melissa, welcome. Sorry, we're having some technical difficulties. Hey, Dawn, thank you so much for joining. I hope editing is going well. Okay, let me know what you think. I guess, wait, hold on. Clear now, so no feedback. All it took is 2 cameras. Hey, Astroglio, 2 cameras, 2 headphones, 2 mics, 2 cameras. Okay, fine. A win is a win. I'll take that. Um, so, oh, okay. Sorry about that. I have no idea why that was happening. It just means that we can't have any music, but that's fine. I didn't even like the music. I spent ages looking for like playlists, but I don't tend to like a lot of the royalty free music. So maybe that's just a sign I should have silence instead. Silence and talking as we yeah, I don't know why. I was watching back one of my live streams and I saw that the sound was a bit funny. Again, wasn't quite sure why. Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, so one of the things, so basically it's, I don't know if I'll set it as like a proper goal or if I'll make a list of actual proper goals. I may do, because if I actually do them, it will be cool to look back on. um but I think one of them would be to like actually dedicate time to playing around with like my art. And yeah, when I was using these brushes, because it was so different and it felt so new, like I still don't quite, do you see what I mean? Like this is not the shape. Whoops. This leaf right here is not the shape I wanted to make. So it was a lot of fun in terms of like just trying to figure out how to create what I want to create, and also how to not just use the tip of the brush in the name of getting control and getting, hey, in the name of getting control and creating what I wanted. Okay, thank you. And just trying to use the brush to like their full potential. Does that make sense? So you'll see a bit more of what I mean. So for this painting, I'm just using the same brush just so that you can either watch me struggle or or just see the kind of shapes that the brush can make. How like with one brush stroke going down, sometimes you can make like really nice looking leaves, and just how it's different. So that is the sword brush. And now the dagger. So when I initially started using them last week, I started I think with like a round, and then I worked my way up to a cat's tongue and then to the dagger and then to the sword last. So it just got progressively harder and harder and harder. Whereas with this, I feel like it's gonna hopefully get easier, although I think I felt that in the video as well, and then all of a sudden everything started going awry. But keep hope alive. You don't like the smudging? Oh yeah, I remember you were going through I want this together. I remember you were doing like a dedicated wash time. And that's yeah, I that's also what I want to do. I literally have like a list of um things that I want to try and experiment, that I want to try and do. Most of them I think I will actually end up making like Kofi challenges so that we do them together. And I'm not just doing it alone. But it did almost have me thinking, like I did start off the year thinking like, oh, maybe I should do like a no buy. And that quickly went out of the window. Still, maybe like a low buy, I don't know. But I definitely want to, one, like paint more, create more, try using different mediums that I already have, try using different techniques that perhaps I haven't tried before or I haven't done in a while. I want to dedicate more time to my sketchbook. I also want to really like cut down on my screen time. My screen time just became phenomenally high when I started YouTube. I think I started watching a lot more YouTube and just recording more stuff, editing more stuff. Just as a result, I end up spending a lot of time in front of screens, and I want to focus on having less time doing that. And also, like, the the non-arty side of YouTube, the editing, the emails, all that stuff. This flooring wash, it went so bad. It went so. It was when I looked back on it, it wasn't as bad as I thought. But initially, I was like, "Oh my gosh, how can I?" It's so interesting that is this flower going up? I like that petal. It's so interesting that it was. It's so different for me. See, that brushstroke is not something that I wanted to happen, but that's okay. Um, yeah, I think don't even know where I would begin with a budget right now. The budget should be zero, but I don't know. We'll see. Um, I think I don't mind so much. So I think one, yes, I'll do a low buy at some point. um, but I think more so, I just want my focus to be on creating more. I just want to create more. If I create more, irrespective of what I buy, I will be happy. But the ideal scenario would be to like buy a lot less and create a lot more. Um, so I don't know, maybe I'm thinking like in the mornings have like screen free time and I can do whatever I want in that time, whether it be like pray or read my Bible or clean or, but also maybe just have dedicated sketchbook time. Yeah, no, I genuinely considered. Can you see the shapes? I feel like I showed my brother like paintings that I did using the different brushes, and I was like, "Wow, the difference is so clear." And he's like, they kind of still look like the same, like your normal style." And I was like, "No, it's clearly not my normal style. It's completely different. Like it was so much. It's just different." I want to say harder. It does feel harder. It just feels like I have less control when I'm creating them, basically. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I am playing around with the idea of a low buy, but more importantly, less screen time in the morning or no screen time in the morning, and just dedicate that time to doing something that's actually constructive and helpful for me. Um, and I think this is the other thing. I think because I was telling myself, I don't know if you caught it in one of the um I think sketchbook tours, I was basically talking about when I kind of felt like I didn't have any time to create any art apart from if it was for YouTube or something constructive. And that is genuinely like how I felt because I didn't want to like say do a painting just for me, not record it and then not have a video ready. That being said, you know how iPhones like come and be telling you like your screen time was. My screen time doesn't even make sense. Like it's almost as if I'm on my phone as I'm asleep as well. Like it is so high. So I was like, actually, if I were to cut down on like doom scrolling, as they call it, Instagram, then I would have easily like plenty of time to do more. Like I would have plenty of time to create art that's just for me. Um, and then also create YouTube videos and then also create Ko-fi videos. But sometimes without looking at where you're actually spending the time, it feels like that's not possible. Hey, John Smith, thank you. Welcome. We're just playing around with different brushes. Mm, if anyone uses anything other than a round, then please let me know because this has definitely been an interesting experience. And I do like, it's not even like, oh, interesting, great, did that, and that's it. Like I'm putting them away, never to be used again. I just keep wanting to pick them up because I really want to, I want to conquer these brushes. I want to like master them and feel more comfortable and really understand them. And I also like the fact that they force me to be looser. And just more shapes. You see, sometimes the leaf shapes makes no sense. But then I kind of felt like it does lean itself well to botanicals because the shapes should be quite organic, no? Crack the code of the dagger. That is exactly what I want to do. You see, Made by Dawn, you're organized. That's literally what I should do. My brother, bless him, bought me a diary for Christmas. For my quest to be more organized. So I'm like, yes, I'm going to dedicate off days, on days, studio days, chill on the couch days. Just going to try and be more organized. That's pretty much it for my goals. I also want to like focus more on Kofi. I have like loads of ideas. It's just a question of doing it all. There's quite a few things that I want to do. Also because I don't know, I feel like it's more like it's personal. Even this obviously is personal. It's nice that I recognize everyone who's in the chat. It's nice that from time to time we meet new people. Is anyone else painting as well? If not, what's everyone up to in whatever beautiful part of the world you're in? I finished night shifts today, like this morning, and I'm trying to not sleep until like late. Sorry, Miss Ebony. I feel like I'm always doing live streams when you're working. Oh, just finished a painting. That's good. Hey, Dark Roast. Welcome. I'm glad you've caught me too. We have no music because I was sounding like a robot for reasons unknown. It was, I think, because I have two cameras so close together to do like top view and front view, it was too much for my software today. So I'm trying to learn how to use a dagger brush in this current painting. The blue painting, this is killing me. The blue painting was using a sword brush. What is that? What did I just do? What just happened? The beauty is that really should all fail, I can always go back to using the tip of the brush. But I want to like also branch out of that, like I want to actually learn how to use the brush. See, that's the shape I wanted. Yeah, this I've never done this shape before. I don't know what's going on there. I'm like, hey. Oh, you're gonna play with M. Harding. I can't believe this still hasn't dried. I'm gonna put it on my heater. Oh, hold on. Almost fell. I want to try their watercolors, but I'm also telling myself I need to calm down on buying. So when I use up all my watercolors, then I can look into getting some more, or if there's a really good sale. Let me be honest. Oh, I'm glad. Thank you, Miss Ebony. I know. Like I just applied the tape, so hopefully we won't have like any reruns of tearing the page. I I'm taking care of the brushes. They are leaning up. They're not sitting in the water again. Uh oh, I hope your daughter gets well soon, Rhiannon. A filbert for brushes, for florals. See, I haven't got actually I do have a filbert. I have a travel filbert, which I got for, although it's a watercolor brush, I got it for gouache. Yeah, see, that would also be helpful. I think maybe if I were to do like whatever, oh, I hope this didn't peek through. Anyway, we'll see at the end. We may not have a satisfying tape peel. I don't know. This masking tape I use is hit and miss. So this is the Roman Schmall paints that I was using, and then this is the Etcher Golden set. I just want to add gold, basically. No, that makes sense. Also, like, just a budget, just being like, oh, okay. Because quite a lot of the time, I'm like, oh, but what if people want me to try things out, or if there's anything in particular, for example, that you'd want me to test out, then let me know. I'm just pre-wetting them because these brushes, they're synthetic. I always try to buy synthetic if I can. So I think all the brushes I have are synthetic, unless they were bought for me by somebody else. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, I'm just pre-wetting them. Because I find that these brushes are like also very soft, so I don't like scrubbing them in the pan. You know what I mean? Picking up, this is deep gold. Deep gold. And going back with the sword brush. Kind of curious to see how this will go. See, we're trying new things, guys. It's interesting though, like because I was also doing a sketchbook session for myself, just like painting and trying something that I am not comfortable with at all. And it was hard. It was very hard. Not necessarily like the technical skill, but just continuing when you don't like when you're not happy, or not happy with what you're creating, or if it's like something completely outside your comfort zone. Do you know what I mean? Like, it had been so long. Obviously now still I'm like, okay, I'm going to keep trying because I want to really get better at it. But I kept telling myself, like, fail fast, like, just keep going, keep going, keep going. At some point, just like get through the ugly phase as quickly as I can, just so that at some point I can get to a point where I can be like, oh, okay, it was worth it. And then not only that, I was going to like cover up the work because it's in a sketchbook. And sometimes I just find sketchbooks, I don't want to ruin them. Like, I keep thinking, oh, I don't want to ruin them, which can means that sometimes I'm just a little bit restrictive in them, and I'm trying to get over that. So with this, I was like, oh, I'm going to do things that I'm not that familiar with in a really nice sketchbook, and I'm just going to roll with it. And literally by number 3, by like the third drawing, no, third painting, I was like, I need to tear out these pages and start again. I didn't, but I really contemplated it. And so yeah, I was just telling myself like, fail fast, fail fast, fail fast. Just get through this as quickly and painlessly as I can, build up those that brush mileage, and then just get to a point where I'm actually more comfortable with it. But yeah, the ugly phase can be so humbling. I have a cat's tongue. Is that what you mean by triangular? No, honestly, like have I most things I tend to try not to cover up, like, or I'll tear it out. But this is ugly. Like it, not this, not my artwork right now. Before everyone was like, "Yeah, we were gonna tell you this is terrible. Don't break my heart." But but the like thing that I did, yeah, that was a lot. Um, but I just told myself at least it will make for like it'll be great when we look back on it and we were like, wow, look at how you started, and hopefully there'll be like a clear difference between the beginning and the end. And then I'm hoping some new colors in the Yintika family will eventually come out, but we will see. We need more blue pigments. Yeah, I just saw um, the Schminke Yintika. Part of me was like, oh, should I get it? Same thing for the Urban palette, which I posted on in my community tab, just asking you guys what your thoughts were on it. Um, because I saw it and because it was new, I'm using sword brush. Because it was new, I was like, oh, I really want to try it. And then also it said urban sketching. So I started thinking about all the beautiful places that I could use it. And I was really like romanticizing the palette. And then I looked at the colors. Obviously, I was still looking at the colors and thinking, like, yeah, Schmink is good quality. Yes, they'll granulate and it will be perfect for urban sketching. And then I looked at the colors and I was like, these are not colors I would use at all for my urban sketches. Not to say that they're the wrong colors or anything like that, but they're really, I don't know, it was like gray, yellow, there's no blue, no purples, nothing to mix purples. But it's so funny because still I was really tempted by it. And then I was like, oh, but maybe loads of people want a review from it, so I should get it anyway, even though I don't necessarily like the colors. And then I started telling myself, oh, well, even if I um don't like the colors, maybe this is a good opportunity to like step outside my comfort zone. Like the excuses that I started making were actually unreal. Mm, 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 mm. Ooh. Wow, you went all the way deep. You looked at their pattern. See, I need to basically get one of these, Phil, like a low pressure sketchbook. There's this really cool like quote. It's not really a poem, it's more like prose text that basically someone wrote about, like, this is my sketchbook, it's a place for me to mess up, it's a place where I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. My aim is to like experiment, not create perfect pieces. It's just like affirmations of what you want to do with the sketchbook. I was like, I should really print that out and then add that to one of my sketchbooks and just dedicate it to actually creating art like that. Um, but yeah, no, so I was definitely very tempted by the Schminke palette, even though I didn't like the colors. I can't fully explain that. I think I just really liked the idea of it. Um, but thankfully, um, Remishmore released a palette as well, and their colors to me made a lot more sense. And rather than 5 colors, it's 12. But someone did make a good point that ultimately, irrespective of what they call the palette, it's more so about the colors that are in there and whether they're colors that you would or wouldn't use. Uh, let us see. If you can hear music, it's my incredibly loud neighbor, as usual. I feel like half the streams that we do, I'm worried that I will get copyrighted because of their loud music. But thankfully, that hasn't happened. I don't think it actually picks it up. I think it helps to keep the fills, as you can see how far. Yeah, no, exactly. That's what I keep. Yeah, that's what I keep trying to tell myself that. Where did I read what a watercolor is? Sorry, I'm just slightly behind you guys. Oh, I see. No, I think I would feel even more precious about the sketchbooks that I've made because I've bought everything to like make my own sketchbooks in terms of like I have wax thread, I have the needles, I have what, but the I feel if I the labor of love of actually taking time to create a sketchbook, I think would really not make me want to use it because I would to me it's easier to buy a sketchbook than to sit down for hours and make one. But maybe if I were to actually make it and it weren't to be like as arduous as I think it's going to be, then perhaps I would be more inclined. I do know it also makes like more financial sense. So I will try it because um I feel like the sketchbooks out there are good, but there are still certain things that I would want that for me would make it like my perfect sketchbook. And seeing as it's not out there, it just makes sense for me to make it myself. Uh, but I don't know, hopefully soon. Just having a look at the camera. You know how sometimes when you look at the camera, you can see things a little bit better. Perfect. Oh, do you mean like perfect binding as in like glue the edges? I'm more worried about the well, yeah, no, perfect binding would be better because I was thinking of like sewing it. I don't know if it's Copic binding. Yeah, no, that's definitely a good idea. Honestly, it feels like the only way is up. If I were to repaint it and it were to be worse, I would actually have to question what I am doing on a YouTube channel. But I will do that. Maybe it will be like once I finish, because I want to do like a certain number of subjects, and once I finish them, I see. Once I finish them, then I can go back and redo them. Really? I did not know that. Mm, yeah, no, that is. I do enjoy. I'm what one would call like a procrastinator. So I do enjoy um stitching, sewing. Like I used to make clothes. But I stopped again due to lack of. I used to even knit, but I used to like knit things that high yield, like scarves, hats. Did a baby jumper and a baby vest. Well, I did a baby jumper, and then I was like, oh my gosh, it took forever. So the next I did baby sleeve, baby vest, sorry, so that I wouldn't have to do sleeves, and that still took forever. And I was like, it's gonna have to be baby hats from now on. So I would just do like baby hats and donate them to the babies in the hospital. Um, but since then I've stopped. I don't like these paintings. I'm not gonna lie. There's something very wild about them that I'm not really feeling. uh, Why am I taking blue? Reasons unknown. Let's mix some purple. But yeah, the motto is going to be, even if I don't like it, persevere. I'll get like a brush mileage painted, like created as a poster. Like just do what you need to do. Oh, Copic. Copic markers. I do have plans to experiment with alcohol markers. But I was thinking of the binding, the stitching, because I wouldn't want the book to come apart. But that being said, I also have the PVA because part of, correct me if I'm wrong, in my head, I thought that I would do the binding. And then once I've done the binding and like pressed it down with a book press, I would add glue to the actual spine to reinforce it. And then I would like attach it to the actual hardcover. At least this was my plan in my head. And I was like, oh, I can't be bothered. And I have done like, I'm used to make myself notepads, like, when you have like a week, like an organizer kind of thing. So I kind of designed a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday setup where I could plan out my week, and I created that, a bunch of them, and made them like notepads. Start with Ohuhus. Yeah, no, and I looked at the price of Copics, and given the humbling experience that I had with watercolors, mind you, recently, I was like, yeah, no, I need to need to start low and then work my way up. And also, like you said, I've heard like great things in terms of like they're actually good. So it's not like I would be buying a supply that would just crush my confidence because it's absolute trash. Like I did when I started watercolor. So we will see. Coming soon. Just trying to do my signature or a signature. Do you guys have an artist signature? I want to create an artist signature, if that makes sense. Been experimenting with a few. Don't really know what to sign is the thing. I just want it to look pretty. Wanted to do online art this weekend, but then maybe next weekend. Yeah, sure, feel free. Always a pleasure hearing from you, Dawn. Thank you, Dark Rose. Oh, do florals with pastels. Why hasn't it occurred to me? Yeah. How much? No, it's a good shout. I wouldn't, if it had to be Copics or nothing, then it would literally just have to be a like admire from far thing. Let me take this off. I don't know why I haven't, like I wanted to use, I have the Pentel and the Paul Rubens, but for me, every time I think about them, I think of like landscapes and urban sketching. Why I haven't thought of florals, I don't know. Let's do a tape peel and hope. Whoops. The way I taped this doesn't make sense. I'm using the Bao Hong 100% cotton watercolor paper. I bought quite a few from AliExpress, and they just arrived a little while back. They took ages to come. No, actually, tell a lie. They took 2 weeks to come, which for me, when you're used to like Amazon Prime, feels like forever. But in theory, they actually said it was going to be a month. So they under promised, over delivered. Signature is real signature, but shortened. Yeah, that's the thing. I have like a work signature. I have like an official signature. But I almost want to create a artist signature. We'll see when I do. I like it now. Well, what do I? Do I? I like it and I don't. Sometimes I look at it and I'm like, oh yeah, I like it. Other times I look at it and I'm like, something is off. But maybe it's just feels off because it's different. But then again, I don't want to. I want to be different, you know. I want to try and create different things every so often. We still have the. Oh no! Look what happened. It pulled, and this was my. Oh my gosh, it's still not dry. I must have literally left a whole bunch of water to sit here. That's fine. We'll fix it. Oh, you know, in terms of like unsubscribing, dark roast ebony. I used. What did I use? I was using, I think, tweezers to try and like take paper off, and it literally tore through the page. Again, it was painful. So not Paul Rubens, Bao Hong sent me with this to like try and take it off, but it's still not. It's not as easy. Like you guys suggested last time, I just find it easier to use a palette knife and then go like this as opposed to be struggling with that. She says, struggling on camera. Thought it tore. I was literally going to be like, nah. I jinxed myself. Oh, you bought a roll of 100% cotton. That is awesome. Which paper did you buy? Because I was looking at rolls with the same idea. But then my thought was if I have a giant roll, then surely I will not be overly precious about it anymore because I would have 10 meters of paper. But then I kind of thought after a night shift, or even if I'm not doing anything at home, would I really pull out that roll, cut it, put it under weight? You know, like would I do all that, or would I just end up not creating as much? What's the date today? Diandrews. Oh. Yes, thanks, Diane. I did watch that, and I think I tried to get it, but for some reason, I don't know if are you in the UK? Because I think they like bumped up the prices quite a lot. So when I was looking at it after, it had actually, I think it was unavailable or like really expensive. Fluid 100. That's good. I haven't tried it. Is today the 16th or the 15th? Nights get me so confused. 16 in terms of like, you know, because you start one day, you finish the next day. So 0, 1, 2, 3. Can you see the shimmer? So this one, let me just write. This one was with the sword brush. And this one was with the dagger. Just in case anyone joins, this is probably going to be a live stream, like a long live stream, because I plan on staying here until it's bedtime. I'm worried that if I go to bed now, which is 9 o'clock, I'll wake up at like midnight and not be able to sleep, which is what normally happens. Talk about thick. 640 GSM. Oh, you're in the US. Hey, Jess, welcome. Well, Jessica, sorry. I don't know if you like being called Jess. 16th, thank you. Yeah, I haven't tried that thick. I have one. This is 300 GSM. But I do. You do have an artist signature, Victoria. Yeah, I really want, like, I want something that's like really nice and like elegant. And it's like, ooh, and then you look at it, and be like, oh yeah. At the moment, it's just like a squiggle. And to be fair, this is like a squiggle that's very close to like my doctor's signature, not my official signature. Don't know if we should have a different signature for medicine versus like actual life, but my original signature was so long. I remember when I started my first year as a doctor, the nurse in charge was like, honey, that will change quickly. Because obviously I was there like prescribing, and like my signature would take what feels like 1 minute to just complete. She was like, yeah, no, that's not sustainable. And I was like, oh, what does she mean? Like, it's my signature. Come week 2, it became a squiggle, and here we are. Cool. Cool. My bad. um, yeah, maybe that's why when I look at it, I'm like, do I like it? Do I not like it? There's something I like them together, I think. One of the things that I may do is I hardly ever slash never decorate where I live. I don't know why. It's just never been something that I do. But in this place that I am currently living in, the landlord like already has some decorations up that I very much dislike. And some like art, not art, well, he has like artwork, and he has pictures, and like just a whole bunch of things. So I was thinking it might be and he said like, oh, I can put things on the wall, which to me was like, what? That's wild. um so I was thinking maybe I would create, because there's one that's basically part of the wall that has like 4 frames. So I was thinking I might create like a nice series of 4, not now, but at some point. I need to check to see how big they actually are, and then create a series of 4 paintings, and just a whole bunch of paintings for my place. I'm hoping to do that before I have to move again. But it would be nice. Do you hang up your art in your home, or in your studio space, or bedrooms, or anywhere? I just starting to. I have like a painting that I did right on top of my TV, or the TV rather. And that was just because he had a painting there that I really didn't like. And I was just like, I asked him to like take it. In the end, we put it in the closet, I think. Anyway, and then every time I'd walk in the room, all I could see was like the giant nail on the wall. So I was like, I need to put something there. And that's why I put this one. But I don't mind like specifically creating something for it. Two S's entwined sounds nice. It does. See, this is that's a really good idea. Part of me is unsure as to whether I should actually like have sketches and scrubs in there. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder like, oh, should I just change? Will I change the name? But I guess while I don't, I wouldn't. I don't know. But yeah, maybe that's something I'll do. Just play around with different signatures and see which ones I like most. Just be like, oh yeah, this goes. Because I feel like my current squiggle isn't very distinct. It's just literally a squiggle. And so what it feels like. Yeah, exactly. See, same thing. My legit signature was just too long for working life. Just not conducive for working in a hospital when you're like signing a million things. I can't even. I can't even imagine. Um, but yeah, I think I have. Is it like a sample of 640? Oh yeah, I do. That I got from Jackson's. Let me know if you have had a similar issue. But basically, got every sample I have got from Jackson's in terms of like paper sample, include like the 640 paper sample, and perhaps Dark Roast, you'll relate with this or bring back memories, literally has a footprint on it. Like I literally got it and I was like, I can't, it's just so, and because I took so long to open it because I wanted to like record the unboxing and whatever, that it's too, and then also it's like £1, like, but it's just so annoying because the first time that I bought, I think it was Canson that had like marks across it. And watercolor paper, it's not even like, it's, I don't know, something that you can cover up with acrylic or whatever. Like watercolor paper needs to be taken care of. Watercolor is so delicate. There's no way I can cover a footprint, you know? Yeah, anyway. So every time I buy so as much as I think it's a really good idea sometimes to get like samples of the papers so that you know which ones you like, and they can be relatively inexpensive, although they're small. You could do like a small painting and kind of get a feel for whether you like it or not. I just haven't had, unfortunately, a good experience getting them from Jackson's. I think of the samples that I got last time, I told them about it and they ended up sending me another sample, but that one also had like a mark on it. One had a mark on it, one was fine, like, you know. And then I got the 640 and that has literally a footprint on it, which to me is just so ridiculous. So what's the point of painting on that, really? So I don't know. Oh, initials. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That's a good shout. So precious, readily available here. Yeah. I may try it, but then I was kind of telling myself, what do you do with them? With the, you know, once you finish these pieces, what are you guys doing with them? Are you framing them? Are you selling them? Are you turning them into prints? Are you adding them to a binder? Taping. Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. Oh, so most people have their art. See, I think that's really nice. No, dark roast, why? Okay, well, at least you have one that you do like. That's the key thing. Uh, yeah. So I was looking at rolls, and I think rolls are the most economical way of buying watercolors. Correct me if I'm wrong. But when I was looking at the prices, it looked that way. My only hesitation was the fact that I would have to cut it and then it would curl. So I would have to like, I think it would curl. So I would have to flatten them. I assume just putting them like underweight or taping them down or something. But like to me, it would make more sense to do that in like a batch. I don't see myself like going and cutting cutting a piece of paper each time I want to paint. That will take forever. So I think I would be more likely to just cut it as I go. Now let's see. Not cut it as I go, sorry, cut it before and then use it. And then with sheets, yes, I was looking at the sheets, X-Acto knife, that kind of thing. I mean, so I didn't want to get a full sheet. I don't even think a full sheet could fit on my table in terms of like cutting it. What I was looking at was like quarter sheets because I was like, I can cut quarter sheets down, and then also I don't really mind. Like in fact, not don't mind. I quite like deckled edges, so I thought, okay, well, I could just tear the sheets. Still trying to conquer this sword brush. I went back to the sword brush. Too much water. It holds a lot of water, which is good and a pleasant surprise. Don't know, because it's so slender, I didn't really expect it to. I'm gonna catch up with your comments, okay? 3 is a triptych. Don't know what it's for. I still want to. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so I need 4, but in theory I could do like more. I don't know. I'm just like, why not? Yeah, footprint. Footprint. And the thing is, because it was faint initially, like you can see it, but I was like, oh, what is that pattern? Like, you know, when you're like, why is there a pattern? And I was like, wait a second, that pattern looks so familiar. And it just hurt because it was 640 GSM, 100% cotton watercolor paper. It would just repel all watercolor. Mm, thanks, Jess. Sorry, guys, I'm just catching up. Big sheet. I love an art gallery. Just realized you may not be able to hear me, so let's bring this back. Yeah, so I've seen quite a few. Yeah, I've seen quite a few videos on tearing it because, um, as a whole, I think I have 5 sheets, like 5 large sheets of 100% cotton watercolor paper. No, I have 1 large sheet and 5 half sheets. I'll leave that question out for Miss Ebony. If anyone knows, please let us know. This brush is by Rosemary and Co. So all 3 brushes that I'm using are by Rosemary and Co. And we were trying the dagger. So the piece that we did with this one is with the dagger brush. So this is with the dagger brush and this one's with the sword brush. But I keep going back to the sword brush because it's the one that I find the hardest. It's just like, I feel like painting with my left hand would be less. I mean, that's an exaggeration. I think actually painting with my left hand would be pretty uncomfortable for all of us. In an art folder. Oh. Oh, that's wonderful. That's really nice. Yeah, I don't know. I need to I'll see. I also, interestingly, I feel like the art that I would want wouldn't even be like what I necessarily paint. Like I don't think I'd want florals. I think I would want like abstract, like really plain, not plain, but really like simple, calm abstract. That's what I would want like around. So we'll see. It'd be a fun one to experiment with, no? Just taking some more of that hooker's green. Oh, okay. No worries. I'll bring it back. I'll bring it back down. It's just me messing around. Is anyone else painting? I know that Dawn was/is. Yeah, these straight lines. Stop it. I want to try it. I was talking to someone while we were talking about operating with our non-dominant hand because she's left-handed, but she operates with her right hand because that's how, like, you know, how we're trained and how she was trained. And I was like, oh my gosh, that must be so hard. But then we were talking about like keyhole surgery and how quite often when with keyhole surgery I'm operating with my left, like it makes more sense for me to use my left hand. So it almost feels like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not ambidextrous, but I don't know. There's something about learning something a certain way that makes it easier. So I find certain things easier to do with my left hand with keyhole surgery, but with my right hand with everything else. Mm. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Dan. Mm. Yeah, I've done a few paintings with them and I do like the finish as well. Grading exams. Well, I guess it needs to be done. Um, I need to, in theory, although obviously not today. I was like, oh, maybe I should study. I don't know how the day kind of like ran away from me, if that makes sense, because I finished work and then I want to do some more scanning. Like, I think it's a good skill to have. So I went to like do some extra sessions of scanning. Um, but quite a few people either cancelled or were late, or so I didn't do that much scanning, but I did some. Then I got home at midday, and from midday until 5, I really don't know what I did. Like, I don't know. I don't know how time got away from me. I don't know what I was doing. I think maybe I don't know. No, wait. I think I was browsing Jackson's, but certainly not for 5 hours. But still, I remember doing that, and then I think I did some grocery shopping, and then I spoke to my sister, but I spoke to my sister maybe from 5 till like 7. Um, but it's always funny post nights. I always feel like I lose track of time. Usually because I'm asleep, to be fair. But not today. Thank you guys. Thank you for sticking it out with me. Oh, 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 oh. So I've been watching like Sandy Hester's live. Well, I watched one of her lives where she basically like was talking through her, or is talking through her watercolor collection. And I kind of thought that would be a fun thing to do. Is that something that you guys would like to do? I know that I made a video talking through it, but then I think there's something nice about doing it live, so that if you're like, oh, I really want to see that color swatched, I can swatch it, or if you have specific questions about them, I can. And if I'm organized enough to actually be able to identify what artwork I created with what palette, then I think it might actually be a really fun session. I kind of put it off because I was like, oh, what if people, not people, but what if like trolls are like, oh my gosh, why do you have so many palettes? I don't want to get mean live, you know? Mm, no, scanning Jackson's. Good night, able to colorist. Thank you for joining. Oh, is that not normal? Like literally looking through. I was looking through the Jackson site, like window shopping online. We'll just pretend that this was intentional, like online window shopping. Is that not a normal term for you guys? Like scan, like to scan through something, look through something? I think I will go to the dagger. Who are we saying good night to? Good night, John. Thanks for joining. No, so when okay, no, I did say scanning. Sorry. My bad. When I say scanning, I mean doing ultrasound scans. So yeah, when I said that I want to do more scanning, so I went to do a scanning session, I meant I was doing ultrasound scans on patients to be able to see what is wrong, why they have pain, why they have, and then when I think I said scanning Jackson's, I just meant browsing through it. But sorry, you're right. I completely completely forgot. It is a medical thing. Okay, cool. You're making me feel better, Diane, because I don't know if I have 30. I think maybe I do actually, like up to 30. No, my bad. Yeah. Scanning as in like doing ultrasound scans on patients. Uh yeah, so I did that for not that long. Anyway, I'll try again next week. It's a good it's a good skill to have. I'm using the dagger brush now, Diane, by the way. So yeah, it's a good skill to have, and it's a skill that I learnt last year. But where I'm at the moment, they don't teach it, and it's not like part of my job plan. So in order for me to be able to keep being able to do ultrasound scans, I basically will have to make a concerted effort to go in my own time to actually scan. Otherwise, I'll forget how to do it, which will be such a shame. Even today, I felt so rusty. Mm. I have a scanner. Well, I have a what I bought for a printer that also happens to be a scanner, but doesn't actually print. I need to like hope is the last to die, right? So I'm going to like try again to get it to print, and I'm hopeful. If it doesn't work, then I guess it doesn't work. And at some point, I'll just have to buy another one, which is a shame because from the very moment I got it, it never worked. But they've replaced it so many times, and still none of them have worked. It's now run out of warranty, so it is what it is. Now I'm really running low on this quinacridone gold hue. Mm. Yeah, that's what I've done as well sometimes. It depends. If I can get it like in really good lighting, like if it just so happens to be a day where, say, for example, we have natural light, then that works a treat. Especially if it's not something that I'm going to like blow up or anything in terms of like print it out and make it large. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's not part of our like formal training. It depends very much on where you work, but it's just such a good skill to have, especially like, in case of emergencies and stuff, you're able to scan and see. So it's a skill I don't want to lose. Hence doing that. It really did. I was looking through, so I spent ages. I spent ages looking at 100% cotton watercolor paper because I was like, okay, I want to get some more, and I want to have enough that I can just stop being precious. I almost feel like creating a session on Ko-fi that will be like, I don't know, Precious Art Supply Monday or something, where the aim is literally to use the supplies that we've been putting off using for ages, and I can just start making my way through them. Um, but yeah, I have a number of different ideas for Kofi. I'm just I just need to figure out how and when to do them. Uh, I'm also thinking of like changing up how we're doing the monthly challenges because at the moment I create a PDF, um, and then like you're able to download the PDF and my notes on it and kind of do it at your own pace, which I really like because it almost feels like I'm releasing a mini magazine every month. Like in my head, that's what it's like. But then some of the things that I want to do, um, I think wouldn't. I think I don't know if they would necessarily make sense as a PDF initially. And I think the thing about doing it as a PDF is because quite often I want us to do things together. It doesn't have It doesn't always have my art in it, but we will see. Answer for the trolls. Yeah, honestly, I was just like, oh, will people be like, why are you doing this video? But I don't know. I think it might be fun. Maybe if I'm organized enough, I think it would be good. So I think maybe once I've like swatched everything, then I think it would be helpful because then at least I would be able to like show you the swatches and plus or minus any art that I create with it. I'm using the dagger now. I'm sure I said that earlier. Sorry. Um, but yeah, then it would actually be fun as well as helpful. And then if you want to see something swatched straight away, or if you want a closer look, or if you have a question about a palette, sometimes, to be perfectly honest, even if we don't have questions, I find it very very nice, therapeutic and relaxing to just be looking through water like art supplies. I know. I wish they sold tubes. I really, I hope that they will one day. You know that they've just released half pans, Miss Ebony. I don't know why. I'm a bit confused as to why. So they've released half pans and they've released the urban sketching kit that I made a video on. But like, you know how normally when you go on Jackson's, it has like that big page and it tells you the new arrivals or the deals or whatever. Jackson's has made like no mention of it. Not only that, it's actually quite hard to find. Were it not for the fact that I spend way too long on Jackson's, I wouldn't have seen that if you I wouldn't have seen that they are selling half pans of Roman Schmall now. Um I don't know as of when. I suspect it's very recent. I'd say probably a few days, if that. So they've started selling Roman Schmall half pans as well as their brushes. They're like watercolor brushes, and I think they also started selling their like almost like a swatch card. So yeah, I don't know why they haven't like when you look at the urban sketching palette by Roman Schmall on Jackson's, like it says new arrival when you find it, when you go down the rabbit hole and find it, but it doesn't say anything else. It's not on the main page. It hasn't got like, any. I feel like it deserves more attention, no? Why is it so underrated? Yeah, no, it does. It does expire. I think even more so if it's like somewhere really humid. So they say normally it's good to keep it in plastic or airtight containers to buy yourself time. When they say expire, I think they mean like correct. I don't know, but I assume we're talking years, not months. Correct me if I'm wrong. But then again, I guess it depends on like where you're buying it from and how long it's been there and stuff. I hope so. Oh, I missed that. So they will release tubes. That's fantastic news. Especially because, yeah, that makes me so happy. I don't know why that makes me so happy. I'm just thinking about, oh, this is fantastic. And don't get me wrong, like I like the full pans, but and I guess, yeah, no, I really I like making half pans from tubes. So the fact that we're going to be able to do that soon is really, really good news. And then also part of me immediately thought, oh, okay, so if I want to like do Happy Mail for Kofi, I can do that because it's hard to, obviously I can't, well, I could, but it doesn't make much sense to like buy individual half pans. But if I buy tubes, then I can, do more. Always got coffee on the brain. Um, yeah. I, this sizing issue was the. To be fair, we're not. I think my climate is okay for it, but the sizing issue was another thing that kind of had me a little bit worried about buying a roll. But yeah, no, I spent a long time looking at all the different 100% cotton watercolor papers and then looking at like the different sizes they come in, the different formats, fat pads, sheets, sketchbooks, um, quarter sheets, half sheets, full sheets, the whole works. Mm. Oh, bye, Dawn. Thank you so much for joining. Hope editing goes well. I really want to see that interview. He is honestly, bearing in mind we've spoken over 2 emails, the sweetest guy. He just seems so like friendly and humble. Does that make sense? And I just feel um like I don't know, like I don't know that many big um brands that still have that like small company artist feel, you know? Mm, let's just add some more blue. If you have access access if you have access to Jackson's, then hopefully you should have access to them. I just wonder when it will happen. I hope it's like a thing where it's like, oh yeah, we're releasing it straight away, and this is like us telling you. But I find normally it takes ages. Like if they're telling us now, that might mean that I don't know, in a year, maybe 2 years, they'll be here. But hopefully sooner. Don't know why. Like someone was talking about visiting his shop in Poland, and I was like, I should go to Poland and go to the Romish shop and just like spend all day in the Romish shop. Mm, I don't want to. Mm, mm, mm. Just messing around with gold. I wanted to on my very very long list of videos that I want to create. Um, one of them was actually like a gold video, so just looking at all the different golds I have, whether they be watercolors, pens, whatever, and then like swatching them out and seeing how they perform and what they're like. Um, because they've been working better than I thought they would. And I was like, why haven't I been using this for? Let me catch up with you. Yeah, he is a chemist. I'm not even surprised. Well, I don't know if they did that with Marco Harding because it's a UK paint. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know if that makes any sense, but Surely Romish Mall should be fine because, like, they did that with Winsor and Newton and Michael Harding, and they're both things that are made in the UK. So I don't know if it's like a EU, not being in an EU kind of issue. Whereas Romish Mall is made in Poland, so hopefully that should be fine. I don't know. I reckon, given that you have access to it now, it should be fine. But yeah, I can't wait for. Although I do not need any more paints. So maybe it's good if it takes a year because hopefully by then I will have made a dent in my art supplies and thus will be able to buy more. Just doing random gold patterns. I love that you guys are making like science jokes in the chat. Sorry if you can hear the noise outside. It's oddly enough every so often every day, at 10 p.m. someone carries a crate. I think there's like a store or something, so he must be carrying the crate to the back. So there's always like a really loud noise for like 5 minutes and then it stops. So that must mean it's around 10, unless they're finishing early. Yeah, 10 to 10. There we go. Mm-hmm. Okay. Put random shapes in this one. Dagger and sword. Can't hear anything. Perfect. I have. Let me get my palette knife. I've got like a diffuser, nice warm blanket. I'm going to get Coca-Cola. But then again, I wonder. Part of me is still like, oh, if I go to sleep now, I need to wait until the point of no return, when I'll fall asleep and definitely just be asleep for the whole night. So this is done on Paul Rubens 100% cotton watercolor paper. But can you see how like this is cold pressed, but can you see how very textured it is? To me, it feels very rough. Not that it's a bad thing, just an observation. So these are like us messing around on these. Is this half? Yeah. The only thing that doesn't make sense to me about the Bao Hong is like their sizes. They're not. I don't even think they're US sizes. They're just like random. So this is A5 and this is shorter than A5. Don't know. But these are the 3 pieces that we have done. And then what do you for pastels? What do you use paper wise? Like, do you use specific pastel paper? I'm just turning on the heating. Do you use specific pastel paper, or is it a kind of thing of any mixed media paper? It's because, like, even at work, I'll be like, oh yeah, I just need to go and get some Coke. And I feel like one day someone's going to think I'm saying the wrong thing. Like, Coke Zero. Oh man. Someone who doesn't. Anyway, yeah, it is what it is. May do one more painting. And then by then, surely it'll be bedtime. I think you use tin paper, pastel mat, no Coke, Pepsi. There was a phase that I went through where I was drinking Pepsi Cherry for like a year, but then I went back to my one true love, Coca-Cola. Yes, I understand. No? Tentis? Me tentis? Don't know. Okay, pastel mat. So it has to be separate, something different. So I have to, because I don't have any pastel. Do I? I don't think I have any pastel paper. Or if I do, just have a few sheets. So that would be something to get so that I can actually use that. Look, can you see I burnt my hand? My arm, sorry. These 2 dots are burns from frying food. You know when oil spits, you got to be careful, as I've learnt the hard way. Rough watercolor paper may work. Oh, I understand. I might try. And is Me Tempest the brand that you'd recommend? Because I think I saw like, and sorry, for pastels, I mean oil pastels. Does that change anything? Because I've been doing it on like mixed media paper, watercolor paper. But I don't know if I'm doing that wrong. Thanks. Yeah, okay, so fine. So maybe mixed media might be best because I really do want to try doing more mixed media pieces. I want to try like being abstract. I don't know why. Like, say for example, I look at the work of Sandy Hester, and not that my style could ever be like that. But I almost like envy the freedom that she has. Does that make sense? Oh, oil pastel is different. My bad. Yeah, I meant for oil pastels, what paper I should be using. But yeah, I almost like envy the freedom of like being able to create with like that, using any medium that you want, good quality supplies, and just like freely painting or drawing on the paper and seeing what happens. For me, it's not even just like, okay, the painting that I did the other day that I was telling you was questionable at best. Um, really had me thinking, okay, I'm genuinely wasting supplies now. Like this is where it's at, which is not true, because you are always gaining something. And then when I finished, I want to say when I finished it, I didn't hate it as much, but I didn't love it. But it's, it's okay. But yeah, like I envy that kind of freedom of just like laying things on the page, messing around, and just really seeing what happens. I've been watching some YouTube videos of people's like collage junk journals flip throughs. And I'm just like, I don't know how people do that. I think it stressed me out. But I would love to be able to create like that. Okay, yeah. Thank you. I'd like to use them. No, I don't. I wouldn't use them with solvents because I haven't got that kind of patience. But I think I would just use them. I don't know. Should we see? I don't. I don't even know how. Like in my head, I feel. You know how, for example, if you've seen the Roman Schmall video that I made about their palette, their urban sketching palette. In there, I did a course by Domestica, and I was kind of saying in the course that I was kind of saying in the video, sorry, that the looseness and the style of the painting is basically what I've had in my head of what I would have loved to be able to create, but didn't really think I could. And then through the course, I was able to do so. Does that make sense? And I feel like it's the same in terms of with like oil pastels and like creating mixed media abstract pieces, only that the image isn't even that clear in my head yet. I don't really know what I want to create. I just know I want to like play around and then land on genius and be like, oh yes, I love it. Um, but then how does one do that if they don't dedicate any actual, if you don't like fully experiment is the question, you know? So in answer to your question, no, I don't really know how I would use it. I think I would, don't know. I just like the idea of like creating a piece that has some watercolor, that has some maybe some gouache, that has pencils, that has markers, that has everything, and that makes sense. We'll see. Maybe I need to create one of those, like, just use one of my many sketchbooks as a literally, the destroy this sketchbook kind of thing. What course? Yes, is the Alex Hilkert's course. Have you seen or done it? I found the course itself quite interesting in that I was watching parts of it and I was like, oh, okay, this is like very beginner friendly. Like I already know this stuff about perspective and how to mix watercolors. And then when he does like his painting, he literally like flies through it. And I was like trying to, and part of me wonders if it's intentional because he talks about like just being loose and being free and having fun with it and not overthinking it. And it's impossible to like, it's not like he does, okay, now you do this stroke, now you do that stroke. He's literally like, and then I do this, and then I like doing this, and then sometimes I do this, and you're literally looking at the painting and it's ever changing. So as I was watching, I was painting. I guess it would have made more sense to like watch it through first and then see and then paint. But I was just like going with it. And yeah, that like really loose, free, to me, that's like a really nice painterly style. Like that's what, ooh, almost spilt water all over the place. Yeah, that's like a really nice, loose, painterly style that I would really love to do more of, especially when like urban sketching and stuff. Pastel mat. Thank you, Victoria. Yes, exactly. The last 3 sessions were just like, zoom. Still it worked, and still like he's talking through the general principles. But it was just interesting how you went from like really slow and then you mix like this and then you mix like that to like, and then bam, you create this. But it's definitely like a course that I enjoyed and I would go back to. I almost like want to have the course playing in the background when I am doing other paintings so that I'm like, oh, okay, this is a step that would make sense, or this is a step that I should consider doing. I wonder if we add the gold. Just dropping bits of gold. No. Just adding some gold to my microphone and also to the painting. I didn't misspeak that. Why do I keep doing that? I keep hitting my mic with my paintbrush. Just adding bits of gold. To the painting. And lifting in the middle. Just don't want to put too much paint in the middle so that I'm able to have some lights if I want. Adding some bronze. Yeah, that's the thing. And I think he kind of got that across. I think if he was literally like, and now I'm going to do this, and if he did the whole if he did it as a demonstration as opposed to literally him painting and talking through it, which I guess is kind of like a style of demonstration. So if he did it slower, then I think I would have been more inclined to try and copy him step by step. Whereas because he was going so fast and in that bit, and he was almost like, and then think about the shadows, I'd be like, okay, these are the shadows I want, and then go for it. Have you tried brusho or something similar for your backgrounds? No, I haven't. What's brusho? As I'm going to read the comments as I dry, yeah? I'm back. Hey, I don't know how. So, hey, Annie, I don't know how I keep forgetting to look up this guy that you mentioned. But I'm going to make a note of it again and hopefully actually look at it. I haven't tried any cordless blow dryers, but I'll put that up in case anyone has. And just need to spell his name correctly, Joseph. ZBUKVIC. That's me underlining it as well so that I know to look at it. And oh, thank you. Yeah, this like I know it's funny, but this like abstract kind of feel is basically what I would want in my house. Just like very simple gold, maybe even like gold and white. I don't know if I'd be like bold enough to have pink. I feel like it commands so much attention. But like if pink it would be like very light pink or like grays, just very simple. That I kind of have in my head, but not clearly. And uh, thank you. I will look him up. I just keep forgetting, but I do remember that you mentioned him. Mm. Also, did any of you catch the live that I did with creating cute art um, last week? Almost feels like this week, though, doesn't it? I was going to look for my oil pastels, but I can't find any. Well, actually, it's not that I can't find any. They are, I know where they are, but it would take time to go and get them. So I'm not going to do that. But yeah, I'm curious to see. I'm thinking so basically, that's just the beginning, the live stream that creating cute art and I did. Because I want to do like a series of live streams where I am essentially painting with different YouTubers. If there's one that comes to mind, then let me know. Uh, it won't, unfortunately, won't be something that is often because of like time difference, like the time that it takes, etc. Ooh, you're going home, freedom. um, so it's not something that I can do like that often, but I'm like really excited about. I'm really excited about this. I just think it'd be so fun because um I really love like our live streams. I really love they're not like live streams, the video like paint parties that I do on Kofi as well, because then at least I can hear the people and speak to them, they can speak to me. Um and sometimes I can see you guys too. So this is almost like that, like painting with friends. I'm just super, super excited about I guess it's kind of like a lineup, no? The lineup of artists that will be joining me soon for some live streams. Like I say, it won't be super often, but I'm thinking maybe like once a month or once a month or once like every 6 weeks, something like that, We'll see. um may not even be like that regular. Again, also it depends on like whether, obviously I'm asking, like, I ask people, but obviously it depends on whether they actually want to come and do the live stream. But it's just so much fun. Like I had such Oh, good. I'm glad you enjoyed it too. I had such a good time painting with creating cute art. And I want to continue it. And I also think, yeah, like art in general, I think is just a lot of fun when you do it with people. And you are obviously my art friends. So it would be nice to actually create more art together. Or more so together. I don't know. Part of me is like, oh, should I start saying who's coming? You can probably guess. Uh, I'm saying who's coming as if like I have this massive lineup of people. No, I really don't. But but in my head, I do. Oh, I did not know that. Um, just wondering. So I'm using the cat's tongue now. Um, which to me really, that is a lot darker than intended. Which to me really has been like the easiest of the three shapes. Still not as nice as not nice, but not as like intuitive as a round brush. But not bad. I'm just wondering if I should change the composition slightly. You see, this is me, quote unquote, being loose, and look at me like overthinking composition. What am I doing? That's fine. I'll maybe like, I was thinking I'll maybe have to do like, when you do blind contour drawing, is that what it's called? But basically, maybe I should to like loosen up at some point. I should do like exercises where I close my eyes and I do loose floral paintings, and then see what they look like. Uh, Part of me feels like they'd look like an absolute shambles. Yes, of course. Exactly. See, I that's the thing. I think it will be fun and it will bring um even more like of a community feel to like YouTube. Like I already feel like there's a community feel. Um but still I want to do more. Oh, hold yeah, I know. Like you can see me getting like this close. Whereas the sword brush, my fingers were touching the bristles and I was like, this is not this is not loose. So I'm going to hold it here. We can definitely do that, Annie Noodle. Ah, and this is me holding it here, doing a rose. Ah, it's hard to paint and laugh at the same time. And well, paint while holding the brush up here and laugh at the same time. Ooh, look at that little accidental bit of excess purple that's coming through. I'm not mad at it. I don't know. I also think um it's interesting because also my art I don't like my art it's not like I'm selling my art. Does that make sense? So I guess there should be like a bit more of a freedom. And I was watching a video about like artists and art, and I think quite a few videos seem to be coming up about like art block and like why you're not creating enough art and things like that. Not you, but that's like the title of the videos. Um, and obviously they touched on perfectionism. And I was wondering if that's it. But it's not even like a thing of like, oh, I don't want people to see me creating bad art. Is that I personally don't like it, almost feels like a waste of time, which again, it's not. Um, so I basically need to work on enjoying the process more so that the outcome carries a lot less weight. Because really and truly, I do art for fun. I do art for fun, for stress relief, and that's but yeah. Is anyone doing like any fun art challenges at the moment or anything like fun artistically? Part of the reason that I wanted to go live, and I don't know if this is like morbid, is that apparently today is Blue Monday. Do you guys have you heard of that? Is that something that you are aware of? Yeah, no, it does feel weird. And it's definitely loosening me up more so. Let's take oh, Payne's Grey. That was keep picking up the wrong color by accident, but maybe that's not a bad thing. Watching YouTube. Yeah, so Blue Monday, we were talking about it at work. It's actually so funny because I was in a lift with some colleagues that I've like never met before, as in like obviously a big hospital with all just random people getting to our floor. And I think two of the people knew each other and they mentioned like, oh, it's Blue Monday. And then I randomly started speaking to them. And I was like, oh yeah, Blue Monday. Like, I wonder why that is. And they were like, and then she was like, well, it's the weather is terrible, you realize that you spent way too much for Christmas, you're in the middle, like you're back at work, but payday is far away. But and then literally everyone in the lift just like, and I was like, wow, that's a wonderful motivational speech. And like everyone in the lift broke out laughing. And we were just all, yeah, it was just a really funny moment about just thing. But it's meant to be like this idea that blue that just it can be a day where people tend to have like lower mood. Um so I thought, well, hey, if anyone feels like that, then and they feel like, oh, I have nothing to do or no one to talk to, then if they happen to go on YouTube, they will see that we're here. So in my head, it was like, oh, then, everyone will have something to do. And it will be like, which is why, because initially I was like, oh, I should just record a YouTube video or edit. But then I was like, no, we're going to like, but I didn't want to call it like a Blue Monday live stream because to me, that just sounds depressing. Oh, did not know that. Yeah, no, it sounds horrible. I don't know if it's like that's every Monday. That's literally every Monday. But yeah, no, that was the rationale behind being like, oh yeah, definitely going to go live today. But we were literally like, yeah, and on that wonderful note, let's go to work. I saw the trailer for Sandy Hester's course. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Again, she's so loose. Yeah. I'm just like, I don't know how. And it was so interesting because obviously I didn't know like what her style was before. And there's a few videos back a few months ago, she did like a sketchbook tour where she was showing like her older works versus her newer works. And there was someone else as well that I saw, like a relatively new YouTube artist. I saw their video and they were doing a sketchbook tour and they were basically talking about, I think the video is called something like painting the same thing over and over. Like I've been watching a lot of, I think because I used to watch a lot of like dramas, but I've run out of TV shows, and as a result, like YouTube has been filling a massive void. So I'm just watching loads of YouTube. So anyway, this YouTuber's video that I think is like why I create the same art over and over was talking about like evolving a loose style and how her general convention, if they were to look at her art, they would say that the art that is tighter and more realistic is better. But in her impression, she's trying to get looser and looser and looser and looser. And I'm not trying to get like that loose. But I would like to play around. Oh, could you please let me know why you feel you have to loosen up instead of getting tighter? Because that is a very good question. I think the reason that I want to try it is because, or the reason that it's a focus for me is because I feel like I can concentrate. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I feel like I enjoy it more. Like I would enjoy it more if I was looser, because then there isn't like such a direct and stark correlation between what I am thinking of and what I create. So for example, like if I were to try photorealism, that would stress me out because I would see very clearly that I cannot necessarily create, no, that I can't, or certainly not at this stage, that I can't create exactly what it is that I want to create. So I think the focus is perhaps not necessarily just being looser, but just being able to enjoy the process more, because I am not literally trying to reproduce something exact. Does that make sense? So yeah, that's what I keep thinking. And then also because I feel like I sometimes, depending on what I'm creating, I feel uptight. Like I feel like, oh, I'm thinking, oh, this needs to be perfect, this needs to be more symmetrical, this one doesn't really make sense, this one. And it's not to say that you shouldn't like give care or think about where you're placing things and how you're creating things. But I feel like sometimes it ends up taking some of the fun out of it. So I want to get to a place, whether it looks tight or loose, where I myself feel looser and I myself feel like I am um almost like letting go and enjoying the process a bit more. I hope that makes sense. Oh, the question may not even have been for me. I know, I know. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm literally laughing. I'm literally laughing at this this comment. It's so true. I don't know how it happened. Uh, no, well, this is the thing. I, I don't think going it's not I know that people talk about loosening up, but I don't know if they're talking about necessarily the same thing. Like I don't want my art to be completely abstract where you can't really tell that what is going on. And for but I also don't want it to be a thing where I am just um I don't know, like so tight in myself that I don't experiment and I'm not doing anything. That's basically what it feels like. I don't want to get so rigid that I can't experiment and I don't know how to explain it. Oh yeah. Oh, thank you so much, Paolo. I hope that the exam grading went okay. Have a nice relaxing time. Yeah, no, it's definitely oh yeah, the question was for me. My bad. Yeah, no, it's definitely I know that people talk about it, but I think it's yeah, like I never wanted to do like photorealism, but if you were to ask me what kind of art I like looking at most, it would be photorealism. But it would just stress me out to try and create that kind of art. I haven't got that kind of patience. I want to do something that's fast, loose, and fun. So, for example, that painting that I did in last week's video with Roma Schmall, that I don't know if some would call that tight or loose because it has like lots of pen work and stuff. But in my head, that's the kind of thing that I would want to make more so than um some of the other landscape watercolor paintings that I have done. Um but no, it's a really good question because it does seem to be popular, but yeah, no, I like fast and loose. I like things that I can do in one sitting. On the ferrule again. I like things that I can do in one sitting. I like um yeah. And then also I tend to find that the art I enjoy creating isn't necessarily the art that I enjoy looking at. Remember the same way that I said that the art that I would want in my house isn't necessarily the art that I would want to then paint. So I would want like abstract art in my house, but I don't really do the abstract art that I would want to see. It's so tricky. I hope what I'm saying makes sense. Um, but that is why I think I want to get looser. That's a really good question. I'd never questioned why. I certainly know I don't want to get tighter in terms of, and again, it depends. Like, for example, I don't want to do like abstract faces and stuff. But again, I know the kind of art that I want to create. I just don't know how to do it yet. Okay. No, I don't think people feel compelled because I feel like maybe on YouTube there's the talk of being like looser and like amongst artists there's the talk of being looser. But I think conventionally, um art that is more realistic is quite often more popular. Um but like say for example, as much as then again, would you call like my gouache landscapes tight or loose? Now I'm questioning whether I'm using the right adjective to actually describe what I'm trying to achieve. because that, like, I find my wash landscapes tighter than my florals, as in like it takes more work, it takes more in my head, more concentration. Ah, you think that's why it's that, well, that might be why I'm trying to do the exact opposite. Because literally at work I have nothing but precision. And that's probably why I'm also like out here holding my paintbrush like a scalpel. But no, that might actually be why I don't know, is that why I want the opposite? I think I just want to enjoy it more, and I don't think like things like even coloring books, really, I really don't enjoy just coloring within the lines. The idea of it, I don't know how it became a relaxing thing for people to do. I don't know how they discovered that it could be relaxing, because for me the idea of it is honestly nerve-wracking. um but yeah, no, it's definitely interesting. And I did look at I saw the video where Sandy was talking about her course, and it looked super interesting. But again, her art is very different to mine and very different to what I want. I just like her approach to her art, you know, her freedom of experimenting. I don't color in. Oh, color in. Sorry. Mm. Let me hold on. Let me start experimentation, trying different ways, rendering something, new color mixes, coming up with composition, focusing on different elements than you normally would. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Thanks. Then you learn how to tighten up. Yeah, no, that does make sense. It's that kind of thing of like learn the rules so then you can learn to break them should you wish. So it's not like an accident or a happenstance. Um, you scribble. See, well, this is the thing. I wouldn't be able to like, I, as in like, obviously, I would be able to like scribble and color outside the lines, but that would stress me out. It'd be like everything is outside the lines, which is, and that is what I'm trying to do like less of. So I'd be like, oh no, it all has to be within the lines, but then I wouldn't enjoy that I'm coloring within the lines, and I wouldn't want it to be outside the lines, and thus I'm just like, what? I don't even think I did coloring. um it's funny though, because I like creating, like I wouldn't mind creating a coloring book, and I used to, when I was young, sell pictures that were coloring book-esque, like create that kind of cartoon, create cartoons like line art for other people to color in. But for me to sit down and color it, no, can't do it. Thank you. I feel like you're interpreting for me. Yeah, no, that's the thing. That's the thing. Like, I know loads of people find it quite relaxing. It was even one of my polls, I think, because I was like, you know, I can see, because of, I guess, the crossover between like art and coloring, I also get like lots of coloring videos recommended and stuff. And I was like, this is very interesting. Let me ask if I'm the only one who finds it stressful, or if there are others like me. Oh, thank you so much for joining, Lorna. I hope work goes well. Sleep well. It should be bedtime. Just want to ensure you can see this as well. Now we go and repeat. To your heartbeat. Why is that song in my head? I think it was at the. Maybe my neighbor was playing it. Every so often, I like looking up at the camera to get a panoramic view of what I'm doing. I guess it's the equivalent of like stepping back. Fair enough. Thank you so much for joining, Diane. Sorry to bring this up, but have any of you noticed how art supplies look so much larger on YouTube and in images? Why are you sorry to bring it up? What do you mean? As in, like, everything looks big and then you actually get it and it's like, oh, this is tiny. See you next time, Diane. Read you. Maybe it's because you started off with full pans. When I had a half pan, I was like, I thought they were normal size, and then when I got full pans, I was like, these are gigantic. But the one that shocked me, that I really felt what you're saying with, is the 5 mil tubes. I was just like, will this even, like, this is this just for one painting? Like, what is this dollop of paint for? That one, I really thought like, oh, how has no one mentioned the fact that these tubes are tiny? And I think it was when I bought Holbein. That's what surprised me. But also, oh, you find are you an oil painter? Is that why you're used to like the bigger stuff? Because I think because I started off with like I started off with travel sets, so everything to me feels relatively large. Like to me, like my entire table is taken up by art supplies right now. It's not a big table, but as in like even this. Obviously, I love this palette. I keep using it, but to me, like it takes up a lot of retail space. So now I always found them like pretty big, but then what gets me is the 5 mil tubes. They really confuse me. I'm going to use some more. Yeah. I guess everything is, I don't know, like zoomed in maybe. Like, can you tell? I have big hands though, so I don't even feel like you could compare things against my hands. Like, I'm proportional. Now it sounds like I have some sort of weird condition. I am um like proportional, but I am tall. I'm 6 foot tall. When you say you spin yarn, do you mean like you're making your own yarn to then knit or crochet? How tall are you, Miss Ebony? I think I am. But then I feel like surely because my hands are bigger, it must make everything look smaller. Does that make sense? Maybe just about makes everything look right, like the right size. 5'2". We're like almost a foot apart. Yeah, I am. Mind you, I wouldn't try it. Drop spindles. Ah, yeah, no, that makes sense. You must be very patient to be making your own yarn and then knitting. Doing 9. Um, it's the patience part that puts me off. Yeah, no, I can't. Guess I'm patient in different ways. Like I said, I did manage to knit and well, actually, I was knitting, and then I taught myself to crochet because I thought it would be faster, and it was for me at least. But then fell in love with painting, and started rolling with that instead. I can't believe we're almost at 5K. I almost like don't want to say anything because I feel like I don't know when or if it will happen. So if I like mention it now and it's like, oh, okay, she mentioned it like however long ago and she's still not at 5K. But it's unreal. It's actually unreal. And I'm so grateful that I still recognize like people and that you guys are still here and then we still chat in the comments and then we still have like super long live streams when I'm delirious from lack of sleep. But yeah, I don't know like what we should do. See, yeah, exactly. Now I'm worried that it's jinxed. No, I don't know what we should do to like celebrate it. If anything at all. I kind of feel like I should do something. I don't know, but yeah, I don't know what. I was thinking maybe like a Q&A, but then I don't actually know. I put out a poll, a community post, sorry, to ask people if they had any questions. And there were a few questions, but not that many. So I'm like, okay, perhaps I am so open that nobody has any questions. I have said all I need to say. So I don't know what we should do. Um, but we will see. Would you say this paper is really good for lifting since those veins came out easily? Uh, um, would I say it's good for lifting? Yeah, it lifts okay. To be honest, I think it lifts okay, but in terms of like comparing it, I would only be comparing it to the Paul Rubens. So it's not like I've tried so many different 100% cotton watercolor papers that I can recommend it. And the only other thing, so I love Bao Hong paper. The weird thing about this block, which isn't typical, or maybe it is, maybe I'm less heavy handed on the bigger papers, that this was really like buckling like crazy. That's why we like ended up getting like so many hard edges. Same happened on the Paul Rubens paper, which is really annoying. But yeah, it does lift. It was should I try lifting somewhere? Tell me. Give each of your subscribers £100. Yeah, I love that I give the impression that I could, give people, what would that be? 500,000? That I have half a mil. Is that right? Mm-mm. Mm. That would be impressive. No, let's see. Just rolling in it. I don't know. I've done a few giveaways, but then you I feel like this should be done with caution because how I don't know, it's just not good. I don't find it to be like a beneficial thing to do all the time. And then also, I don't want people to feel like, oh, I keep losing giveaways. For every winner, there is a loser, or more so, because I can only do so many. And someone said how they come is how they'll stay in terms of like people. So if one keeps doing giveaways, then they keep getting people who join because they want giveaways. What do you mean? Personally, you don't mind. Do you mean do it as like a prize, as like a create a drawing for a painting? Sorry, if sometimes I'm confused, it's because there's a lag. There's a lag between us because of, I don't know, YouTube streaming software or something. So I think you guys see me maybe like 10 seconds after or 20 seconds after. Thank you. You're so kind. That is honestly so, so nice of you to say. Oh, thank you. It's interesting though you say that because I find like videos that have my art don't tend to do as well in terms of like algorithm wise, views wise, comments, uh, you know. So then um I just figured, I don't know. So then I was like, okay, which is fine, like my art won't be for everyone. But then that, that almost, that's also like, oh, okay, I have to do one video that's like art supplies, but then also like a video for with paintings. I don't tend to do tutorials as much because I think one, I don't enjoy them as much. And then also I was like, well, if people don't necessarily want to see how I create things, which is fair enough, then they're quite laborious to create and to put together, which is why like I started reserving them for Kofi because they'd mentioned they wanted real-time videos. So then I was like, okay, fine, I'll do real-time tutorials and I'll put it on there. But like as for YouTube, I mean, some of my real-time tutorials, fair enough, they're from back in the day, so it's not the same. Like it's not the quality and everything is not the same, but they have like less than 50 views, maybe like 20. So yeah. So I'm pleasantly surprised that you'd want my art, is what I'm saying. I love my art. I find it hard to part with my art, but I accepted that also I didn't know, or I can't gauge where it falls in terms of what people want. Oh, you can do a YouTuber's a subscriber's art or art prompts. Oh yeah, I did. There was a time that I actually took art suggestions of art prompts because I was going to do last year. I was going to do a like jar of randomness where I would basically like put all these prompts into a jar, pick them out every so often, and then paint like all these random suggestions. Can you please bring the swatch paper up to the camera? Yeah, of course. Oh, plein air special. See, that would be great. The only the only thing about that is I am a fair weather plein air painter, and this kind of hit home when someone was like, "Oh, you know, how do you paint when it's raining outside and cold?" I don't I don't do it. Not me, love. I need to be warm. I like to be warm. Can you see it? So I wouldn't mind doing that. I would just have to wait for the weather to be nicer. Dark roast. Not only that, I kind of had this idea of like getting on a tour bus, and you know how they have stops? Basically like getting on a tour bus and then getting off at the stops, painting, get back on a tour bus. Oh, you can't read their names, sorry. So this is Ocean Blue by Raymond, which is PBR 27, PB 15. So this one here is Ocean Blue, PB 27, PB 15. This one here, Transparent Turquoise, PB 15 3 and PG 7. This is Cobalt Teal, PG 50. And you said greens, so this is Hooker's Green, PB 27 and PY 150. And this is Pearlin Green, which is PBK 31. Yeah, you got it? This is my Raymond Schmall palette. But yeah, no, I like all these ideas. We can do a mixture of them. You're very kind, honestly. But yeah, I need to figure out. Maybe I do kind of also like the idea of doing a giveaway of my art, because then it's almost like, I don't know, it's like I feel like it would be a nice reward for those who actually like my art and like the channel. And is less likely to attract like randomers that have absolutely no interest in me, my art, or my channel, but just want to win a free supply or a free whatever, you know? And then the art prompts is also a really good idea, because I just want to make, as much as I know that my art videos aren't as popular on YouTube, I almost want to be like, you know what, ban it, forget it. Like, I still just want to make more videos that are focused on like creating art, even if not tutorials, but just like, you know, things that you can do, how to spend time in your sketchbook, like just different things of actually making art and having fun making art. I think Ocean Blue is PBR 24, not PBR 27. Let's see, you may be right. This is my swatch book. And somewhere in this swatch book, I have my Raymond Schmall paints somewhere. Hold on. Okay. Oh yeah, no, you're right. My bad. I read my writing wrong, or I wrote it wrong. PBR 24 and PB 15 3 for Ocean Blue. My bad. Let me change that. My goodness, that's been wrong for a long time then. How did you catch that? Is there no such thing as PBR 27? PBR 24. Don't know how I got that wrong. There we go. Yeah, I really love the turquoises too. I have polychromos. Don't really know what to do with these. Like I've seen, you know, how and where do I layer them? This will be part of the exploration. How can I start adding pencil to my mixed media work, you know? I also don't feel like I have the color I want. I want like a really dark, deep burgundy. I don't think I have it though. Not quite as deep as I want. That's okay. I'm a pigment. No, that's impressive. Thank you. If you hadn't mentioned that, like, I don't, you know, I certainly wouldn't have picked it up. Not for a long while. Evidently, because it's already been a really long time. Yeah, I don't know. I need to figure out like how I can complement my art with coloring pencils. Oh no, I got paint all over my blanket. Sorry, I keep sniffing. I don't know why. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I will play around with those ideas. Thank you so much. And then we'll see what we'll do for, if anything. And just mess around. Sometimes what I like to do is actually look at a bouquet and then recreate that. We did that for Kofi. Make it a bit darker. Add a line. Never heard of PBR 27. You know, neither had I, but I just assumed it was like one of these Roman Schmall specialty like pigments. You know how they have like Aquarius green and yada yada. I thought it was just something that was special to them. That's why I hadn't heard of it. But I should have looked it up. No, no trouble at all. It's fine. Don't worry about it. And let's see. So add more. I'm running out of. I'm running so low, which is honestly, I think, one of the highlights, because for ages, last part of the reason that I created the sketchbook tour, which is actually 2 videos, was because I just didn't feel like I'd made that much art in 2022. So it was actually me initially looking just to see what I had done, and then I was like, okay, I'll make it a sketchbook tour. And then from there I was like, oh, because I was basically seeing favorites videos, and I'd made a favorite like art supplies video in the year prior, but I was like, oh, I can't make a favorites video this year because I haven't made enough art to have any favorites. And then I was like, how much art have I made? And then I did the sketchbook tour, and I was like, oh, I've made more art than I thought I did, and there are clear favorites that came through. Oh, so there is. Oh, I don't know how or where I would have got that from, but it's definitely, you're definitely right. Like the actual label as opposed to what I've written is 24. Things like that make me paranoid though, because obviously I'm going to swatch out the Roman Schmall colors, and I've started writing out like all the names. I'm like, oh, I need to like be careful about getting the pigments right. But one of the clear highlights was also the fact that I have obviously made some sort of dent to Romish Mall. Don't get me wrong, I do feel like they are slightly softer watercolors than others. Does that kind of make sense? In terms of, I think because of the honey and everything. So if you are heavy-handed, you can like pick up a lot of pigment. But I think I'm more mindful of that, and I have actually painted a lot. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna give myself credit where credit is due. I have actually painted. I have actually created art. It's okay. Um, so this will be the closest thing I think I come to like using it up. Like I'll end up finishing full pans for the first time in my life. This is a very busy. Oh, thank you so much for joining, Annie. I hope you have a lovely, I don't know if it's a day or an evening. I always get confused by who is where. But I hope you have a lovely rest of the day. Yeah, I know. I don't know. I don't find them less pigmented, but I do find them softer um, than some of the others. But then again, I don't know. Maybe it's just me in terms of like I also use up a lot of my Daniel Smith, which is painful to be using that up. It's like, it costs so much. Why is it going down? Especially like, after I filled up like a half pan and then I come back the next day and it's like shrunk. It's like it hurts. It physically hurts. It's like you cost too much to be shrinking. I've actually finished a tube of my yellow, finished a tube of my blue, so I need to like buy that. I was looking at Jackson's for so long because I was going to buy 100% cotton watercolor paper, but then they charge shipping, and I hate paying for shipping. So I was looking to like, oh, what's going on? Is that still? Yeah, I was looking to add stuff that I needed and had otherwise been putting off so that I could let me move this to the side so that I could get free shipping. And some of that was the Daniel Smith. Here we go. Shrinking costs too much. Are the strikes bad? I think they're just unpredictable. I think it's just a lot of strikes at the same time. In terms of like postage, I think we're I don't know if this I don't think they're still striking at the moment. I think they will strike again, but not for now. But yeah, I wouldn't blame them, to be honest, because some of the things that I sent have just taken forever to go. And because there might be strikes in the future, I think it's just easier to avoid for them, perhaps, especially because they're a business. So perhaps they have different rates as well. It's probably just best to avoid Royal Mail until all this kind of gets sorted. Trains are striking, nurses are striking, doctors are trying to strike, teachers are striking. It's a lot. There's a lot of strikes everywhere. What were you looking at on Jackson's, Miss Ebony? Today is 16:01:23. No. Hold on. Let me do this properly. Yeah, there's loads. It's just, you know what it is? It's that the cost of living is too high. That's basically what it comes down to. The cost of living is too high. So then it's like, why are we, you know, why work so hard under terrible conditions and then you can barely afford to heat your house? So everybody from like left, right, and center is striking. Um, it's like these four. These two very similar color scheme. Something's wrong with Jackson's site because dark roast, the shade, the shade. Oh my gosh, that was too funny. Hi, mm, 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 mm. Oh. I'm cold. Did I turn off the heating? Maybe that's why I'm sniffling. Because it's actually, the blanket is not enough. Going to try and reuse the tape. May regret it. Can you see how I'm like burning through this paper? Just pricing the remaining drawing inks and checking to see whether to get them from Jackson's or Amazon. No, that makes sense. I think Creating Cute Art just released a video. I need to, well, not just, today's Monday, so yesterday, released a video about like using inks and stuff. It's also really interesting. When I look at her page, I'm like, wow, in terms of like, you know, her videos where she's playing around with inks, I'm like, oh, they look so cool. But then I also feel like I am so deep in this watercolor game that I just cannot afford to fall in love with any other medium right now. What are you thinking about getting a watercolorist? Yeah, I've only used it once, so it should be okay. We have done, I just want to use like a different color, but I don't know what. Open to suggestions. We've done blue, we've done pink, we've done yellow, we've done purple. Sometimes I just look at, oh no, tore it. Is that going to be long enough? Nope, it's going to have to be reserved for something else. Sometimes I look, I need to stock up on paper. I need brushes, I need to stock up on paper. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I literally just bought, hold on, just turning on the light, the heating again. I just bought a whole bunch of paper of this Bao Hong paper. Well, not a whole bunch. I bought 3 of this Bao Hong paper. And I have one that I think is more than half done. But yeah, I'm going to buy some more. I'm going to buy some more to swatch Roman Schmull paints on 100% cotton watercolor paper, which I was thinking about, and it was strongly confirmed by Astroglio, who was kind enough to actually send me money to buy the paper. And she's like, please just use this paper for those paints. Paper and brushes. What brushes are you getting? me look at what we've done. Could make it like could make it dark red, but then I feel like maybe we're tired of seeing all these warm ones and we should do something cooler. But then these two are cool. We've done too cool and too warm. I kind of want to try using the Venetian red, because you remember when we did, and by we I mean I did this one. Kind of maybe want to do like something similar to that, although this was maybe a little bit tricky to do. It's just easier to do a light background, I find, which is why I keep being drawn to them. I tried doing, we could do a green one. I didn't find that I loved the green. No, I didn't really like green. Maybe we try purple, like a big purple one. Do purple. Something is wrong with their shipping. Oh, that's annoying. Oh. German vibe at the moment. No, that makes sense. Hey, Temple. My bad. I've been like here for a while because I finished a night shift. And if I go to bed too early, I just will not sleep. So instead, we're just dedicating some time to like chilling, painting, chatting, all that good stuff. Welcome to the party. Phthalo blue. The blue that's used the least on my palette. Don't know why. I do like it. I guess I just reach. Oh, yeah, I like ultramarine blue more. I was like, why do I keep neglecting it? And then I picked up that ultramarine. I'm like, that's why. I never fully realized how many like different types of blues there were, or just how many colors in general, until I started painting. And now I'm looking at everything like, oh, are those curtains ultramarine blue, or are they looking a little bit cerulean? Like, so many. Oh, let's add some green, make it nice and different. And add some water. I'm not going to waste that pigment. I'm just going to add it here. Gotta love these backgrounds. What are you up to, Temple? We're just discussing pending Jackson's orders. Although, yeah, oh my gosh. Like when I was obviously I told you guys I was in a bad mood and I went and I bought so much. And then I haven't, when you like haven't quite shaken it off, it's just been like either busy or, yeah, like a lot kind of weeks. And thus I was just spent so long looking on different art stores, a whole bunch of different art stores. I haven't bought from all of them, obviously, but bought a number of different random things. I was like, yeah, I'm really going to use this to experiment. I can show you some of the stuff, like the practically little haul that I did. Just adding some water here, just so we can get some soft edges, And just trying to lift so that is this looking tie-dye to you? Add some more colour here. And some more of that phthalo blue. Trying to avoid straight lines because otherwise it's like the first thing I see. Oh, hey Laura, welcome. Oh, I think it's because I look at my curtains and I was like, I started seeing everything as color. Like I saw this lamppost that honestly looked like Cascade Green. Like it was so beautiful. I was like, I've walked past this for years and I didn't notice. And now everything looks really cool. Definitely, definitely agree. And like the domestica course that I did just had me walking around looking up like, oh wow, if I look at that, could I paint that in an interesting way? Because one of the things that I really would like to be able to do is like paint just like every it might end up it will probably end up being a Kofi challenge at some point, but it's like painting the ordinary. I don't know if it's someone called Electric Mirror like does that very well, like she'll draw keys or she'll draw books or whatever, and it looks so cool. And I'm like, I'm surrounded by so many different things that I could paint or draw or whatever, but a lot of the time I like waiting for like you know key specific monumental kind of things. So even, you can tell even when you look at my sketchbook tours, for example, that instead of it being a drawing of my living room or a drawing of a chair or whatever, it will be like from holiday, the main thing, or a cathedral or a dome, that kind of thing. Welcome to the party, Laura. Feels foresty. Uh, oh, I hope you get well soon. Thank you so much, Laura. Someone needs to get a new job. Interdimensional vortex, exactly, and foresty. I'm going to dry it. Although part of me is like, oh, I should let it air dry so it can really granulate, but it's okay. It's a live stream. Mm, no, it's not dangerous. I think as long as you don't, like it's electrical, like anything. But um, it's been fine. Who needs to sign their work when they can leave their fingerprints in their work? How about that? Thank you so much for joining, Lula Bell. I hope you have a wonderful evening with your dash hounds. I don't know how to say it correctly. uh, won't it burn the paper? No, 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 it shouldn't. It will, you just do it from like a distance, and you don't do it for too long. It dries the paper like pretty quickly. So I haven't had any issues with it burning the paper. I think once I like really saturated the paper with water and it didn't burn the paper. If anything, the heat gun had been on for so long that it just switched itself off. I think we were on live that time actually. Dark roast, honestly. I'm still, when I realized it was a footprint, a damn footprint on the £640, 640 GSM 100% cotton watercolor paper that I had specifically bought to test out. I was very upset. But like I said, it was too late to do anything about it. So we progress. Making the most of it. These brushes, they're nice, but you see how they're not like this one especially. I don't find it like easy to load with pigment because it's so soft, you know. It's easy if you put it on a palette and then mix it around, but like to be struggling here, I don't even know how I would be doing it with a half pan. It was so essentially like I bought a sample from Jackson's and it came with a footprint on it, which is so annoying. And I was just saying that of all the samples that I've bought from them, I don't know why, I don't know who's in charge of them, but I think only maybe one or two have come through unscathed. Others have either had marks or been torn. It's just been like pointless. It's almost like you get the sample so that you can see the grain of the paper, but not actually be able to paint on it because someone's just stepped on it and then sent it anyway. Doesn't make any sense. Especially like it's watercolor paper. Like you know that if you do that, it's just not usable. Not really. And I could gesso over it, that is true. But then it's almost like I feel like wouldn't that defy the point of the paper? Like I wouldn't really know how it then works. I would have like thick paper, so from that perspective it would be nice. But in terms of actually experimenting with the paper and seeing how it behaves, because I was trying to determine which brand I should buy. No can do. No, no gesso. Yeah. Yeah, we've been painting with like different brushes. So this is a sword brush by Rosemary and Co. It is the 1/4 inch. Is it already? It's starting to fade off. So we should commit this to memory because soon this will be gone completely. It's already starting to fade, and it's. Can you see? From our thorough, in-depth painting session. So I'm trying to experiment with using different brush shapes. And I think when I'm not live and when I'm not sleep deprived, I will also try painting different subjects, if you know what I mean, in terms of like do urban sketch and just other types of painting with the brush, just see like with the brushes to see what they can do. That's terrible. Yeah. No, it's Rosemary and Co. So it's gifted to me by Paint in Hiding. She has a YouTube channel here as well. And yeah, she got in touch and she was like, "Hey, would you like some brushes?" And I was like, "You sure?" She was like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." And I was like, "Are you sure? You're sure?" She's like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, no problem." And then she sent it to me. I think she's like either their ambassador or had some vouchers. I don't know. She says she had more than enough brushes and she was paying it forward. I was like, "You're so kind, thank you." And then because Miss Ebony had asked me, like, you know, about trying different brush types, like, had I tried? I was like, okay, cool. I'm gonna get brushes that I'm not familiar with, paint with them, and then eventually be able to cast an opinion on which ones I think work best. Just staining my brush and picking up. That's ridiculous. That I can't believe that it was so bad. Maybe also if you're able to try calling them, like I do find that they are quite like responsive when you call them. Email as well, sometimes they're quite good. It may take a few days. Because with mine, yeah, when I told them like, look, the samples are damaged, they were like, oh, send us a picture. I sent it to them and I think, oh, we can't really see it. And I was like, well, you feel free to watch my YouTube video where I unbox it and show it in clear detail. But then eventually they were like, yeah, sure, we'll send you another one. And it was like 50p, you know what it's like? But it felt like the principle. And the second one that they sent me, I think it was two that were damaged. They sent me two. And of the two, one of them was still damaged and the other one was fine. I was just like, this is pointless. But then still, I got allured. I got lured in and tempted by the idea of trying it because I love the idea of samples, like actually being able to test it out, especially because for the most part, I don't do like gigantic paintings. So an A4 sheet would be enough to do a painting, would be enough to maybe even swatch on the back and see what I think of the paper. And instead, it came with a footprint across the whole thing. Faint, but clearly there. I don't know if it is like they stepped on it and then like wiped it off. Yeah, I find that they are as well. That's what I was telling my brother. I was like, look, the style is clearly different. He's like, no, no, is it? I was like, yeah, like I feel like they are yeah, different. And he's like, okay. As long as you see it. I was like, maybe you can't. But it is. And initially, I wasn't like a massive fan of it because I was like, oh, I don't want like straight lines. I want this to look like nice and organic. But it's growing on me. This sword brush is growing on me. That's not what I wanted to do. It's so soft. I wanted to like create a soft edge, but instead, just got water on there. I'll have to fix it later. Let's take some more. Yeah, no, definitely follow up. I don't know what is going on. Which palette was it? On a more positive note, what are you treating yourself to? And Miss Ebony, if you're listening, did you manage to get the shipping sorted for your order? Oh, thank you. Oh, it was sent to you. Oh, don't feel free not to. Oh, it was Grabby. Well, Why did I think it was Jackson's? Oh, I mean the hair. Is it it's synthetic? Sorry. Yeah, I looked at all the synthetic brushes. I know one of them is Sable. I think I'll have to check. I think Paint and Hiding included one that may have been like a pointer brush, but the rest are in fact indeed synthetic, I believe. But then this feels so much softer than all my other brushes. So I will double check and let you guys know. Because can you see how I can't demonstrate without getting my hand into a complete mess, or maybe hold on. Can you see how like completely soft that is? Next time I try to pick up paint, I'll show you. I'm definitely going to follow up in the box initial color. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm like, I need to double check. But I think it was everything I picked was synthetic, or I tried to pick everything synthetic, unless I misread something, or like synthetic sable, synthetic this, synthetic that. No, that's terrible that they sent it like that. I genuinely don't understand the thing. But yeah, no, I saw that it's funny. Someone commented on one of my I think it was a post or a video, basically talking about how all these brands are doing like urban sketching palettes now, and it's almost like a corporate espionage. And I was like, oh yeah, like Grabby has one, Schminke just made one, Roman Schmuel just made one. Do we have any others? But they have come, they've all come out kind of like at the same time. I haven't used Grabby, so I'd be curious to know your thoughts. From the reviews that I've seen, the impression that I get is like it's okay. I don't know how else to put it. As in, like, it seems to be like student grade. Like, yeah, okay. I don't know. Because I saw, is it Becky Trigger? I think she made a video about it. And then even, because is it the one that's also made by, well, not made by, but it has the name of that artist. I want to say Chris, how can I forget his name? Oh yeah, M. Graham has one as well. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining and for your kind words. You're so sweet. I love that people are joining the live streams. It's so much more fun painting with people than painting alone and actually like chatting about art supplies. Okay, yeah, no, that makes more. That's like the impression that I think I was getting, that they're like okay. They're okay, basically. But yeah, part of me is kind of curious if they're like, I don't know if they would be chalky or normal or not. And then I was going to work with them like a while back. In the end, we didn't end up collaborating. But obviously, part of me like desperately wants to avoid having to create any form of negative review. So I'm just like, yeah, that's the impression that I kind of got. Basically, that it's not, as in like it's student grade, but then to me, and I don't know the price point. Maybe that's the one like other thing that the USP that they are using. But to me, if it's anything near the price of like Cotman, you can get a Cotman 12 travel set for £12, and they're relatively good quality. So to me, it's like if they're not the quality of a Cotman set, then why get it? Apart from the fact that you do end up getting everything. It comes with a paper, it comes with a brush, it comes with blah blah blah. But I don't know, because I remember being surprised because of the artist that they like collaborated with to put it together. Like it's quite a I can't believe I've forgotten his name. I feel like his name is Christian something. Or if I'm making it up. I don't know. But yeah, I guess now we know. Save your money, everybody. Because then part of me was like, oh, maybe it would be like almost like Paul Rubens. I had quite low expectations of Paul Rubens, but they were better than I thought they were going to be. Or they're going to be like chalky. I don't know why my neighbor started playing music again. Why? When I moved to this place, the landlord was like, "Oh, yeah, it's super quiet, super quiet, super quiet." He just kept saying it over and over. I was like, "Oh, okay, cool." And this is the loudest place I've lived in. Oh yes, Scott Christian Salva. Thank you so much. That was going to bug me. That's exactly who I'm thinking of. Yeah, so because he was, I think he, I don't know, like it's a collaboration, but he says he didn't make it. But he, I don't know, he made a video where he's like, although it has my name on it, I didn't make it, and it's an okay set. I was like, okay. even even he couldn't say it was good. Mm, look at that super weird shape. I don't know what kind of flower that is. I think my neighbor's actually singing as well. Yeah, he's so cool. I only discovered him recently, as in like a few months. I don't know if he was, yeah, don't know how I missed him until then, but his his videos are very entertaining. Yeah, no, you're right. I think it is because loads of people are like urban sketching has taken a massive boom, and I almost wonder, like, I think for me, part of it was must have been, I guess, lockdown, right? Like, like after being stuck indoors for so long, I started having a very like enhanced appreciation of being outside and, you know, traveling. Although I always loved traveling, but definitely like started spending more time outdoors. And yeah, no, you're right. There's definitely like a market for it right now. But I guess like someone pointed out, and I think I'm making a video. I'm just trying to figure out how to structure it because I literally like started recording, talked for like an hour about a whole bunch of random things, and now I'm like, is it actually three videos? Like as opposed to one video? Like I don't know how to edit it. I don't know how to put it all together. But part of it was just talking about creating an urban sketching palette and just like color selection and stuff. And ultimately, irrespective of the name, it's all a question of what colors you use, where you're creating, what you prefer. Because you could, you know, you. I mean, fair enough. The Schminke palette is different in terms of like, because I was going to say you could just take a primary, a split primary and call it urban sketching, or you know, add a burnt umber and a buff titanium and Bob's your uncle. Um, the Schminke one is different, but I don't like the colors in there. I'm just like, I don't know. How would they even mix? Like, but then again, I don't know why I'm tempted by it. Help me, please. Help me. Help me understand why I am tempted by a palette where the colors, I'm like, oh, maybe I will expand my creativity. But I think it's more so the lure of something new and then also wanting to know, like, can you mix colors with it? Can you create nice paintings with it? Why doesn't it have an ultramarine? Yeah, he was diagnosed with autism last year. Was it last year or 2 years ago? Yeah, he's very, very good. Very, very good videos and like fun. And I also like how like open he is with his opinion. So if he doesn't like something, then he'll just say, "Yeah, like no, I don't like this," and it's like, oh, uh, I think sometimes we need more of that, you know. But yeah, I definitely think you'll enjoy him. I enjoy him a lot. I watch primarily his shorts, and then I found out that actually he tends to go live quite a bit, which is interesting. But even his shorts, like in 60 seconds, he's just sharing so much. Like he's very good at storytelling, I feel. This is so loaded with like it soaks up so much water. Oh, oh, thank you for sharing that, Laura. It's incredible how representation and seeing someone you can relate to can make such a big difference, no? Lets you know you're not alone. Yeah, the super granulation sets, am I tempted? Am I not? Oddly enough, I think I looked like, I sat down, I really thought about it, and I was like, okay, which colors do I actually want? And I think of the super, like Schminke super granulating sets, I only have forest blue. That's it. And what else do I have? I have more Daniel Smith granulating colors, I find. I made a video actually. One video was obviously talking about how you can mix your own granulating colors and just like, and then a separate video understanding pigments better. But then, as well as that, there's another video where I was comparing the different granulating colors I had from different brands. And basically, I think because I ended up enjoying Roman Schmalz so much and because they were affordable, I kind of stuck with them. Mm. What's your like sketchbook practice like? Do you have a sketchbook? Is it neat? Is it messy? Do you create in it often? What's it doing? Oh, thank you. Mm, no, I agree. No, that's the thing. We're all learning, um, and I think the more we know, the better we can be at just supporting each other and understanding, showing grace. Mm. I know the feeling. I literally know the feeling. I am. I need to touch it. You have a sketchbook that is both neat and messy. Oh, I'll have to take a look. Because, yeah, mine. Well, you've seen my sketchbook tour, so um, you know what it's like. Um, Although I wonder, maybe I should create like a not a secret sketchbook, like but you know what I mean, like a private sketchbook. Because I don't do like small studies, I don't do thumbnails, I just paint, and it's like, okay, was it good or was it bad? Do I like it? Do I not like it? What do I want to do next time? Okay, retry. I am changing to the dagger. Need more pigment. I need to share neat paintings. No, fair enough. Um, I found that I've pretty much shared everything. Like even when I did the sketchbook tour, for the most part, I shared everything that was dated. Like I'm sure I have more. I have some pieces that I think were created in 2022, but because they didn't have the date, um, and it was already 2 videos long, I didn't share it. I can't believe it was 2 videos long. Like to me, that's insane. Especially given I was like, oh my gosh, I must have only painted like 3 times this year. I really didn't think, I was quite disappointed prior to checking because I really didn't think I created much, if anything at all. I was like, this is ridiculous. But I think, yeah, this year I want to finish a sketchbook. It's getting ridiculous. Your dagger in your sword. Yeah, you definitely should. I'm not gonna lie, for me, it's a learning curve that is still ongoing, but it's definitely like a lot of fun. Like, you know how sometimes you someone can do something and then because you're not like because you're new to it, it's frustrating, and then you just need to take a break and go to what you're used to and then come back. I haven't had that kind of feeling. Yeah, it's definitely different to what I'm used to. And yes, it feels like a lot of work. Well, it feels like work, but like I'm excited to like keep trying. That's why I keep doing like new paintings because I'm like, oh, okay, if I move it like this happens. If I move it like that happens. And it's like a very interesting interesting thing. And it's just so funny how something as simple as changing a brush can have such an impact on the painting process. Definitely underrated it. Because I was like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, dagger, move it to the side, cool. And then I try and paint and I feel like a toddler. And even now, like what we've been painting for over 3 hours, um, it's still not like completely it's still not solidified in my head, and I can only imagine like if next I'm like, oh, okay, let me paint if I were to paint a landscape or a portrait or something, it would again be a complete new learning curve. I wanted to try a medium that I felt or sorry a subject that I felt relatively okay with so that I can focus more on the brush than anything else. Yeah, yeah, it's been a mammoth one. I keep saying this, but then also I'm like, oh, I would really, really love to do like an even longer live stream, like an all day stream, and we're just like, hey, on this day I'm going live, just gonna be there all day. Um, Only thing is, I don't know if I can be entertaining for 12 hours. It would definitely have to be like uh, it would definitely require an active audience throughout. As in, like, not that you would have to come and stay for 12 hours, although you'd be welcome to do so. But yeah, no, we'll see. I want to do that. And then the other thing that I kind of wanted to do, which is a bit random, and I think it's only because I've run out of series as well, but I kind of want to do a marathon of my videos in terms of like, I want to yeah, like literally that, start at the beginning and then watch all of them and probably paint as I do. So maybe I'll watch it on my TV and paint as I do. 12 hours is a tad too much. Is my phone okay? Unsure why that happened. Hey. Yeah, no, so it would be thank you so much. Yeah, no, it would be, I wouldn't expect everyone to stay for the whole thing, but one of the benefits would be that it would cross over time zones. Because you know now, for the most part, the live streams, I guess, are of are more geared towards people in the US and Canada, like that kind of time zone. People in the UK, because they're so late, don't tend to like tune in. So if I did it anyway, I don't know. We'll see. I've been talking about this for so long. The other part of me isn't actually sure that my phone, my laptop, my lights could handle that kind of thing. Oh, lovely. I'd love to see your final results as well if you are happy to share, but obviously no pressure. Oh, thank you. I, um, I want that to dry. So I want to try and do patterns. Yeah, I guess the other thing would be like, what would I paint for that entire time? Could I paint florals for 12 hours? Absolutely. Would you want to see that? Nah. Questionable. It'd be like, the 10-hour challenge that I did with Miranda creating cute art and a number of other artists, only live. But yeah, on top of that, yeah, I really do want to do like a marathon. And I don't know why. I kind of feel like it would be good to see where I started. Does that make sense? I like to see the progression of the videos. Uh, and also, I quite enjoy any video that I've watched back. I've actually quite enjoyed it. So I'm like, okay, I don't have TV shows, but I have created YouTube videos. So why don't I just sit for an evening, paint, and is that narcissistic? Probably. Does YouTube tell you where most of your viewers are from? Do you mean like in the world? How do I say your name? How do I don't know how to say your name. But yeah, it does tell me where most of my viewers are from, and most of my viewers are in fact from the US. Followed by the UK, followed by I think the third, like thereafter, it just fluctuates wildly. So sometimes it's like Germany, sometimes it's not Italy. Sometimes it's like, where is it? Germany. Isn't it like Canada is normally like fourth or fifth? But still up there. But also it depends because then when I started changing the times that I was posting, then I could see that that also started changing. So if I were to, for example, keep going live at times that make sense for UK people and posting videos at times that make sense for UK people, then I would see that the UK percentage would start going up. And then if I think when I started doing, like say when I was doing videos first thing in the morning, then the majority of the viewers were like all of a sudden I started getting loads of viewers from India, and but I think it's because I only did that like once or twice, it like spiked and then it dropped again. So it's, I think it does. Oh, Dana, thank you. It does depend, but yeah, I can see for the most part. You can see a lot on analytics. You can see most of my viewers are female, which is not surprising. What else can I see? I think, oh, I can see that most people are not subscribed. That's what I can see. And then also the other day, I found out that I can see how many people have unsubscribed, which I was like, oh my gosh, people unsubscribe? I didn't know that. I thought the numbers were just fluctuating, but no, it's like people actually unsubscribe, which I found shocking because I don't unsubscribe. Once I subscribe, like I'm pretty much there. But then again, it also took me ages to realize subscribing was a thing. It's funny that I then decided, oh yeah, sure, I'll start creating YouTube videos. Hi. Thank you. No, she subscribed. Yeah, but yeah, I can see some people have like subtitles as well. So I guess I do have like a wide range, but it does kind of, yeah, it does vary. But the US like are holding it down, number one spot all the time. The UK, to be fair, also number two spot all the time. I don't know why I thought the UK would be higher because I was like, oh well, I'm in the UK. But that is not the case. Yeah, I can see that. Again, it varies, but roughly 50% of the people, or no, something like, I don't know, like 40% are subscribed, 60% are not. Again, it does vary, but that's roughly what we're working with numbers wise. And lines. Can you imagine if you're like, I'm not subscribed? Oh, maybe. Oh, hey, the unknown artist. Long time. Welcome. I think last time there was a time. What did I do? I changed the live stream settings, so basically, people who are subscribed could talk. But I don't think I think I did it once just because I was like curious. I can't see. So then I knew that everyone who was chatting was subscribed. But I don't think it's like a lasting setting, if that makes sense. I love gold. I love this gold. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm honestly so glad. I do feel like the more the merrier. When it comes to YouTube. Especially because I felt like, oh, I'd spent so much time watching videos trying to figure things out. I was just like, oh, it doesn't make sense for anyone else to dedicate all this time as well when they could just be making a channel or building on their channel. Honestly, gold is way. I love this gold palette. Um, but yeah, we'll have to compare it to other ones and see. But for now, me in love. Love it. And let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Need to see. Someone was asking for more regular live streams, but I think, yeah, I don't know. When I get organized enough to like be able to, because here's my thing, right? I think in terms of live streams, I could either do like, these chill conversational ones where we're literally just hanging out that I absolutely love. But in terms of like watching it back, it's something that's good to watch back if you're doing something else, or, if you're painting along and you want to listen to fellow artists chat about supplies and everything else that's going on, then I think it like works quite well. But then other types of live streams, I think, just need to be shorter, straight to the point, and kind of like, this is the information, wham bam, thank you, ma'am, kind of thing. Um, but then I find it hard, or I would find it hard to do like yeah, this is the information, yada, 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 and end it without actually interacting with people. To me, then it's like, oh, then it might as well be a video on demand, like a normal video as opposed to a live stream. But I do think it's a question of balance because obviously we're on what, 4 hours. This is longer than I thought it was going to be, but it's, yeah, I don't know, if I'm enjoying it, why not? And as a result of its length, we've got to say hi to so many people. Oh, thank you so much. I hope you enjoy them. That's the thing, I like having them in the background and like painting, remembering, also because I feel like a lot of the time it feels like we get to brainstorm together and chat, and I get a whole bunch of ideas and recommendations. So I watch it back to like get it as well. I've started trying to make notes like of Joseph Jubish. Um, but watching it back is also great. So yeah, I don't know. Thinking Sketches.n.Scrubs marathon. Just watch, paint along, see how things have changed, and then maybe I'll find it a bit easier to like do a summary of 2022 video for YouTube. Mm. I know what you mean. Ah, you like acrylics. I don't know why I can't get into acrylics. I just don't enjoy them. Which to me is like, oh, I feel like I should. In my head, logically, I'm like, oh, I should actually enjoy them. But every time I try them, I just find it so hard and like different. I can't explain it. But then when I see like acrylic paintings, I'm just like, wow, that's beautiful. Don't know, never say never. I do have like plenty of acrylics and canvases and stuff. It's just I dip my toe and then I'm the reverse of you. I dip my toe and then I go back to watercolor or I go back to gouache. I think I went too gold happy. It is what it is. Exactly, we are the opposites. Oh, Hydration break. Hydration equals Coca-Cola. Honestly, gouache is bae. I love gouache. Like, I love watercolor too. And I definitely go through phases. Currently in a watercolor phase, as you may have guessed. But yeah, no, I also implore you to try it. I do find that gouache has a humbling, ugly phase. Um, but I also think it's just such a lovely medium. Like, you can get so many beautiful effects and different styles, and also I find it more forgiving than watercolor because you can fix mistakes, you know? You can't watercolor. I find it a lot harder to like fix things. Not impossible, but harder. Gouache is bae. Yay! I didn't rip the paper. Is today? Is it still the 16th? Are we past midnight? Okay, we'll still call it the 16th. 16 01 23. And I'll take that off. Can you see the gold? I feel like Pre-Raphaelite said it's definitely more angular because of the brush I was using, or the brushes rather that I was using. I didn't use the cat's tongue as much just because I feel like the ones that I struggled with the most were the sword brush and the dagger brush. And these are brushes from Rosemary & Co. They're synthetic brushes. Video pending, but at least now I have even more paintings to be like, look at what I painted with X, Y, and Z. Sorry for the noise. Just using a palette knife to take this off. And Laura, you'll note it's your favorite paper, Bao Hong. I ordered it from AliExpress. It came. I need to be better about like measuring things though, because this is the size I thought. Like this, I thought, okay, decent size. But then the other one I ordered was so small. Like it's half of this size basically, which to be fair, I halved this, so it's fine. It's just I thought I don't know, it's not as cheap as I thought given the size. There we go. Thank you. So this is what we painted using the Romishmore watercolors. So whoops. So this first painting here, this one is using just the sword brush. This one is using just the dagger brush. And then the rest is using a mixture of them. So we have this one. Hopefully it's not too wet. We then have this one. They look like sisters. And then we have this one. Not bad for 4 hours, eh? Hey, Melissa. Gosh, it's bae. Oh, that's my back. On nights I sat down on a chair for my break, and I hurt my back basically. And then the next day had surgery. Not myself, as in like I was operating, and it was difficult, and again hurt my back. Oh, thank you guys. You're so sweet. We should definitely do this again. Does anyone have any questions about the brushes? This one is the cat's tongue, and it's a rosemary size 10. And put that back. This one is the 3/8 inch Rosemary & Co dagger brush. Can you see that? No. And this is not part of the Rosemary & Co. And that's my Jackson's brush. This is my Rosemary & Co sword brush. And I mean, I only started using it, it's a quarter inch sword brush. So it's a quarter inch wide and probably, I don't have a ruler, but definitely bigger than an inch, maybe like 3 centimeters long. I've only used it, like, obviously we used it a few times for 4 hours, but can you see how it's already coming off? So I'm going to have to like write it down somewhere. I'm thinking of, you know how I did like an inventory for my watercolors? I'm thinking of doing the same for everything, more so my sketchbooks and my paper, just to like keep an eye on everything. Hey Helen, welcome. Uh, Thank you, Melissa. That is so kind. I hope that you've been enjoying it. Honestly, I love doing live streams with you guys. Yeah, definitely. Like Miss Ebony, try them out and see. It's definitely, I find, a learning curve. And I feel like the art is different to me in terms of like, especially I feel like the sword brush, like, is different to my usual in that yes, there are florals. I don't know if you can be like, yeah, absolutely, I can tell that I did it, but when I look at it, I'm like, oh, it's harder than normal, more angular, as Boo Raphaelite said. Yeah, yeah, no, I agree. I want to do a similar thing. Just need to try and figure out how, or maybe stop overthinking it and just do it. Another thing that I was saying I was playing around with is Kirsty Rice is currently doing a live stream session where she's going through her entire watercolor collection. And I wanted to do something similar once I have finished my inventory, swatched everything out, so that we can literally go, yeah, it looks sharper. Yeah, exactly. I agree, gods and heroes. So we basically like look through different supplies. If there's something that you want me to swatch out, I'll do that, etc., etc. And also probably after we do the Roman Schmall swatching video, I can like properly go live with them. Oh gosh, I still can't believe it. Oh, thank you so much, Melissa. I'm sorry they are so sporadic. It's genuinely like I have to be in the mood to go live. Does that make sense? And everything has to uh like align in a sense of I finished night shifts, which means that I don't have worked for the rest of the day, and so that's a good thing. I don't tend to make plans post nights because I don't want to like be walking around and stuff. I don't do anything like major. So I tend to want to go live after I've done night shifts, but then also I won't know how tired I will be until they finish, right? Because I have no way of knowing like how busy it will be or not. Um which is why it's almost like, oh, maybe. Okay, yeah, cool, let me go live. I literally decided half an hour before the fact, and I let my Kofi members know straight away. If you are interested in like joining my Patreon equivalent, then please consider joining my Patreon. We have a lot of fun on there. If I do say so myself. And thank you to everyone who has joined. And if you are a a Kofi member, and you haven't renewed your membership, then also please do. I kind of talked about the nightmare that PayPal caused me at the beginning of this stream. But long story short, PayPal like blocked my account, which meant that my Ko-fi stopped working, which meant that everyone had to like re-sign up. And I was so crushed by it that I was honestly going to quit. I was honestly like, I'm done. I've put so much hard work into it, and then they're just gonna do this, and it's not gonna work. And I honestly thought nobody would. I don't know. Like I just felt like it wasn't a nice thing to make everybody else to make everyone sign up again. So, but yeah, definitely consider it. I have loads of plans for this year for Kofi and for YouTube. Just need to figure out how to like get it all get it all aligned. As I mentioned, my very sweet dear brother bought me a planner. He bought me like one of these can you see one of these planners? So I'm trying to be more organized. Is this January? Yeah, so you see, like I was like, oh, okay, I will do a sketchbook tour. I'll do the Roman Schmall palette. I was meant to release a video yesterday, but when I'm on, I don't even know why I bother. Sorry, I don't even know why I bother making plans when I'm on night shifts. I should just disregard the whole week. But I'm always like, oh no, I can do it. I can edit. Oh, I can't do it. um, so I need to like edit that video. That's the video that I said I kind of created as one, but actually I think it probably will end up being 3 videos. And then Romish Mall video hopefully soon. And then the stuff that I have in blue is for Kofi. So I'm trying to be more organized basically. Is the long and short of it. But I still cannot quite predict. Thank you. It's from the Etcher Lab Golden set, and it is deep gold. That's what I used over and over and over again. It's beautiful. Where's the swatch card? I can show you the swatches. But yeah, I think last time we were on, we said that I should just pick one day that I would definitely be going live. And that is probably going to be the day that I do the collaboration with other artists. Because obviously I need to be organized for that. I can't just call someone up and be like, hey, let's go live now. But yeah, so oddly enough, when I swatched everything, Royal Gold was my favorite. But the one that that I've used in all the paintings today has been Deep Gold. Can you see? There's one where I added a touch of, I think is this one. I added a touch of the olive as well, but it doesn't pop through quite as much. It's up here. This rose here is completely metallic, and the petals are metallic too. Thank you. Oh no. Yeah, no. I also want to swatch everything. I just want to get it organized. Know all the pencils I have, know all the watercolors I have, all the sketchbooks I have, all the like loose, pads and blocks that I have, and then I feel like it'll make sense. There's someone I think called Kindra who's been doing a no buy I think since, was it a no buy maybe last year, and the year before that maybe it was a low buy, and like on and off basically. But she was sharing her insights on it. It was just really interesting to see, and I also think it would be cool to have an inventory that I can go back on and be like, oh, okay. I think the thing that she did that I found really interesting is that she did with the inventory, she also kind of added a place where she could tick if she had used the art supply. And I think that's something that I would find very interesting, because if, for example, I have 30 sketchbooks, that is a possibility, and I only use 2. What am I doing? Likewise, I probably have 30 palettes, but if I only use my Roma Schmall palette, why am I looking at Schminke? Like things like that. So I need to figure it out. Helen, I didn't have a cold, or I've been sounding off since I've been since I got sick in December. Before I start recording my like voiceovers for the videos and stuff, I've started to do like vocal warm-ups because otherwise I sound like this when I'm talking. It sounds really horrible. As for the sniffling now, I honestly don't know why. Like normally it's more so my throat than my nose, but yeah, maybe I'm coming down with something. I have just been at work. Everybody's sick, so probably. You have swatch sheets. You're so organized, Anadanya. That's insane. Mm. The ideal would be to have a swatch book slash swatch database in terms of like a physical one, and then to also have a digital one, like a spreadsheet, so that I can quickly search, control F, find, and know exactly what I have. Um, yeah. So we'll see. Maybe I'll do it digitally, then print it and add it in like my new planner because I'm organized now, and take it from there. Mm, but I definitely want to swatch everything out. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't know if I should leave this together. I think I probably will. This is the Bao Hong, and then this one is the Paul Rubens paper, which is quite a bit rougher, but still nice, still okay. I envy I envy your organization, Anadanya. I really do. Because I am not that organized. And this is my link to my Ko-fi, by the way, in case anyone is interested. And if you have any questions about it, please feel free to ask. But I think I hate ending streams, but the aim of this initially was to get me to a point, or to get us to a point where I could fall asleep and actually sleep through the night. I think we're there. You have your stuff in your work computer, but I need a swatch book. Yeah, no, that's super. I think what I'll probably do is, I don't know. It's going to be a long-term project. I think I'll probably like swatch everything. As I swatch it, add it to a spreadsheet. That will probably be like a Google. What do they call the spreadsheet? You know what I mean, like Google Excel kind of thing. And then I will end up printing that so that I have a physical copy that I can then add like the tick box to be like, okay, used, finished, similar, things like that. So then I can use it more. I'm probably going to dream about you guys, but that's great. I'll wake up with a smile on my face. No, definitely. Swatching, I find that swatching was a really great way for me to get more comfortable with using my paints. I think one of the reasons that I started using the Roman Schmall straight away is because I bought the pans individually. I didn't fully appreciate the cost. Like even though they're affordable, I think if I had worked it out and be like, oh yeah, it's £50, then I would have probably hesitated. But because I was thinking of each pound as like £3, £4, it didn't really add up to me. But also I like swatched it straight away. And I found that the ones that I've swatched straight away, I've used, like even my Daniel Smith, which is probably is it my most expensive? I feel like it might be my most expensive watercolor, or high up there, because I swatched it straight away. I've like been using it, took it to holiday, like I broke the seal, broke the barrier. Anything that I'm like, oh no, I'll wait to swatch, not swatched yet. So I have loads to swatch. Yeah, no, definitely. Not only am I going to wrap up, I'm going to use a hot water bottle. Be careful if you do that. I never used it up until this winter because I was always scared of hot water bottles causing burns and stuff. But that bottle has changed my life, man. I hate being cold, so it's been so amazing. Yeah, no, we'll definitely do so. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Sorry, there was no video this weekend, but as I've mentioned, I created the Roman Schmall video and released it a bit early because at the time I thought I could get 2 videos done in between my night shifts. Makes zero sense. But yeah, thank you so much for watching. I hope that you have enjoyed it. I think this might be my longest stream yet, or second. I think my birthday stream was ever so slightly longer. But I look forward to us doing this again next time. Thank you so much. And I hope you have a lovely night, day, wherever you are. I appreciate you for being here. Thank you for the chat, for the banter, for the encouragement, for being awesome. Yes, heated blanket is next on my wish list. Thank you so much. And I will see you guys next time. Bye.